Why is it? Fuck. Oh well, I gotta right back. Alright, good morning, humans. Salutations. Oh, finally got my ass to sat down. God damn. I was rushing. I was taking a shower. I was taking a poggers, my nodders. I was thinking of exercising, but I had to stay till work till God knows how long. So, holy. I didn't even exercise today. But we live once a motherfucking again, and we are live with immediately starting the translation on. Well, actually, we ain't gonna immediately start to translate, but we do be popping this shit off right off the bat, boys. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna put it out right here, and we're gonna watch some video. You know how we do things. We got live translation coming in hot. By the way, we got the quote unquote Oku special, if you guys don't know. Oku comicalization, Samurai Remnant comicalization. Spoiler alert, just due to the fact that Twitter and their mom already spoiled you guys ahead of time because they're assholes. But yes, here it is. We're gonna be fully live translating this real quick, so I hope you guys be patient. I just got home. All right. Salutations, Gurako. Is this Redrop Roku? Yep, Redrop Oku manga coming in hot. I will be live translating this, so you better get your pantyhose ready. But before we do that, you know what I'm saying? We gotta be, I need some videos. We gotta watch some videos, brother. Let's watch some videos. What kind of videos we got today? Why are we watching videos? Because I gotta eat, my son. I gotta eat. Also, the second day newspaper is coming out, which is Oberon, Katsushika Okusai, Darkoyanskaya, and Proto Merlin. Simultaneously, Hector. And I believe there's one more, but I don't know where. If I find it, I'll retweet it, okay? And simultaneously, yes, that is correct. My daughter got played out yesterday. It was very cute, very cute. Oh, Daruga also got arted action, which is pretty cool. Damn, those thighs don't lie. Oh! Chi, oh pie. Boing, boing. Actually, I'm not gonna post that. Yeah, we ain't posting that. Okay, we got that done. We're ready to go. There's none, but maybe. Quick question. Where are the sources you get to confirm that the Annie will have 2 SSRs? I don't have any confirmations. I'm just speculating. There is no confirmation. It's all speculation, Gurako. Please do understand that there is no confirmation on these types. We are only speculating on these. Faker renewed till 2029. That old man can't be stopped. Damn! My man, my legend. Peak fish content last night? Nice. Oh, oops, got it. No, you're good. Good, Echo. Understand that whatever I say out loud, unless I give you a canonical or like a description and evidence, a lot of the stuff we say around here are theories. Now, I'll tell you when things are theories and things are facts. So make sure you look out for that. But most of the time, we do theorize. And this year, there's a possibility that we get a quote-unquote the 10th anniversary servant 5-star, and maybe a welfare 5-star for the 10th anniversary. Who knows, right? It's so crazy that we got level 5 mash. Yes, sir. We knew it was coming, but we were not expecting it to be such in a paladin form. So there's a chance. Yes, a chance. That is correct. So if you want to keep on that copium, you are correct. All right, I need some videos. I gotta watch videos, chat. Give me some videos. Why do you need videos? The reason why I need videos is because I want to eat. That is the whole reason why. I want to eat food, and after I'm done eating food, I want to start recording. Right, there's gonna be like 5 million recordings. It's gonna be recording for each segment, and then after each segment, there's gonna be a quote-unquote yeah, like a TLDR, and then on and 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 on. Sorry, I fucking can't hear this. I can't hear it. Dan, give me more fun things. What the fuck is happening? All right, let me get my food ready. Do we got any more fun things? Oh, we got another whatchamacallit? Steve sent me another shoe on head video. We'll watch that. Oh, perfect.
Hello again, friends.
Hey, calm down, girl. You're going too fast. I gotta eat first. So let me get my plate. Are we doing live translation? We are, but give me like 30 minutes so I can just scuff this down. I just got back from work, just got back from shower, just purchased the fucking book. Simultaneously, I'm hungry as fuck. So give me a fucking minute, will you? Jesus Christ, you hungry hippos. God damn it. All right, here we go. Were you prepared? How you doing, Bedivere? No, I was not prepared because my work made me stuck longer than I needed to. I was supposed to skedaddle at 8:30, but these bitches made me stay till 10:30. I'm hoping for you, Olga, summer intervention. That'd be cool. Damn, look at his rings. Insane. Damn. Oh my god. That's fucking wild, dude. Insane PR. Insane PR. Alright, chew on head, what you got for me, girl?
Sorry I've been gone for quite a bit.
Okay.
Hopefully nothing too crazy happened. I feel like every time I take a break, like, a war breaks out or something, but thankfully that did not happen. But at least we found out the real episodes were the friends we made along the way. Welcome back to the Shoe on Head. If it is your first time here, run. I am Shoe on Head, and on this channel I like to cover cultural issues mostly surrounding men's issues. It's what I've been doing for over a decade, and frankly, I'm exhausted. Many of you have been along for the ride, and you have seen me go from a chipper, lively 24-year-old making fun of BuzzFeed and Tumblr feminists to a bitter, calloused 34-year-old talking about very real and ongoing men's issues. One of the main men's issues I have been covering in great detail.
Announcement happened during the T1 arena earlier today during the match. That goes hard. Damn. That's pretty lit.
We have a male loser epidemic. It's not a male loneliness
epidemic. Thank you.
No, it's a male mediocrity epidemic. It's a male loser epidemic.
The male loser epidemic has gotten so bad that it's honestly so pathetic at this point.
Now, I don't always talk about these issues.
Let's go!
Politics, and sometimes I mix the two together. Now, I know a lot of you don't like politics. You don't care about politics. But politics cares about you, and it will enter your life no matter how hard you try to avoid it. But thankfully, I have the perfect app to help you navigate this difficult, confusing political landscape. So let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Ground News, before we get into this video, shall we? Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers a fun and transparent way to read the news from all across the political spectrum, right and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, ownership, and headlines that helps you understand the full story and make sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features from Ground News has to be the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that have been covered by only one side of the political spectrum.
Fast forward? Why would I fast forward, Power? I'm eating. Hey, get hit with IRL ads on YouTube video.
And out of those 41 sources, 93% of them lean right, with only 2 left-wing outlets reporting the story. Ground News also makes it really easy to compare headlines to see just how political bias can affect the framing of a story. For example, this story about Zohran Mamdani winning the Democratic primary in New York. This left-leaning outlet says Zohran Mamdani's win just got a little sweeter. And meanwhile, the right-wing outlet says, meet Zohran Mamdani, the man who will ruin New York. As you can see, very different vibes. I have been using Ground News since 2021 because I think it's so informative, so fun, and it helps me see how different stories are framed so differently, and I love it. I highly recommend it. It's one of the few apps that I wake up and just immediately check. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. High praise. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all of their amazing features. This comes out to only like $5 a month, which is like the price of a coffee. So go to ground.news/shoe.
Coffee should not cost you $5. You know she's a woman because she buys $5 coffee. That's crazy.
Really important, especially right now, and it helps us approach the news in a more fair and balanced way. So thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
Hey, I love you too, buddy.
Right. Now, back to the video. With all these issues men are facing, they seem to be moving to the right and the Republicans more, since the left and Democrats have essentially just become the die movement. Months ago, I covered how the Democratic Party was losing young men, and I predicted Kamala Harris would lose in part because of young men overwhelmingly voting for Trump. And I was correct. Well, now the Democrats have unveiled their final solution to the right-wing male loser epidemic.
Oh shit!
Millions to learn how to speak to American men and win.
Boom, boom.
Democrats have blown millions of dollars on efforts to appeal to American men who turned to President Donald Trump in droves on Election Day in hopes of winning back the working class. Democrats have spent $20 million on their efforts, with donors and strategists in luxury hotel rooms brainstorming how to convince working class men to return to the party. Ah yes, nothing more relatable to working class men than luxury hotel rooms. Guys. The plan? Codename SAM, or Speaking with American Men, a strategic plan, promises to use the funds to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virality in these spaces. The effort also recommends Democrats buy advertisement in video games, among other things.
Advertisement? What the sigma?
Treating young men like exotic animals they're studying. Now, as you can see here, is the young man in his in a dark, messy cave surrounded by Taco Bell wrappers and empty Mountain Dew bottles.
True.
Here is another young man, as you can see, also dwelling in a dark cave. This one has dyed his hair blue to scare off potential predators. Unfortunately, it also scares off potential mates. But moving on, here is another young man, we think. We're not quite sure about this one. We're still studying it. Listen, Democrats, instead of spending $20 million to do that stupid maybe you should, I don't know, actually listen to men. I listen to men for free all the time. All I have to do is read my comment section. Let's see here. Shoe on Head is a perfect example of why we need to repeal the 19th. Greetings from Albania. I hate women so much it's unreal. Ooh, shoo, mommy, milkies, mommy. One time I got my penis stuck in a soda bottle. Okay, on second thought, maybe my comment section is not the best source.
Since Trump scored big with young male voters last election, Democrats are spending $20 million to learn how to speak their language.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe these guys should spend their money on teaching men to not be such sexists. Maybe that's it.
What the fuck? Boo!
Look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings.
Boo!
Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order doors.
Hell yeah!
Oh no. The very night I was sitting on my couch reading the script to my video about how the Democrats are spending—
Yo, I love living in my basement. Let's go.
Came on my TV on Fox News. A Tommy Lahren and Laura Ingraham segment about stay-at-home sons, men who still live at home. Literally minutes after this—
It's my home now, bitch.
Viral on Twitter for not good reasons. So we are going to unpack this piece by piece, because even though everyone was mocking it and making fun of it, as far as I saw, nobody was really dissecting it and breaking down exactly why she was so egregiously wrong. So come join me in debunking the male loser epidemic, because who else better equipped to talk about men's issues than two stupid blonde bimbos?
Damn! Make that 3.
3 stupid blonde bimbos. Sorry. I felt left out. All right, let's go. Wait. I need my gamer fuel. See? I do drink it. That one's for you, Tectone.
It's a major problem. And you know, Speaker Johnson has been talking about those deadbeat folks who are on Medicaid, and maybe some of those folks are the stay-at-home sons. We don't know. But I'll tell you this, leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness.
Isn't this girl Gen Z? Hold up, girl. Why your nose fucked up like that?
Big problem when it comes to, I think, declining birth rates.
Why your nose look like a diagonal?
You know, that's a big problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have...
I'm sorry. I can't listen to this shit. There's some dog shit I'm not listening to. I can't. Alright, chat. Listen. I can't stand the yap. The yappening is too much. I can't handle the yap. Alright. That almost made me lose my appetite. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh. All right, chat. We ready for this shit? I hope you're ready as much as I am. Because holy shit. We finna cook. Yes, sir. Baba boy. There we go. Alright, we have officially started. And we are now going to officially start recording. Oh, damn. Old Man of the Sun's here. That's insane. Okay. All right, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the recording sessions. You will now be entering FGO translation of the Type Moon Ace Volume 17, hot off the press. I'm like 2 hours late, but it is what it is. We're going to be talking about a long interview from Nasu, Kinoko, and Takeuchi themselves. Simultaneously talk about Fate Strange Fake, Elemaloid, the second series, and Lack. If you don't know, Lack is a very amazing artist interview. And on top of that, how to draw in special illustration by Noko. Over additional 50 pages worth of Masters to Servants appreciation. And last but not least, we're going to be talking about Fate Grand Order 10th Anniversary action. Now, as you can see here, we got a lot to handle. We got the long interviews, another interviews from the marketing team, interview from the music team. I believe that's another music guy. If not, that is another. I don't know who Azanashi is. I'll find out very soon. And we got ourselves the developing. Oh wow, Shopee as well. Holy shit. Okay, so one question, one answer. Mafia himself interview. Simultaneously, Famitsu Gamer interview. Oh damn. By the way, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be interviewing Nasu and them as well on the Famitsu article. So make sure you guys stick around. Make sure you like that, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And last but not least, we got ourselves some Gura Gura Ace 2025, Gura Gura Honnoji EX, giving it over to FGO, Takasugi business plan and consultant, the Master to Servants appreciations, how to draw Nokoko, how to draw by Nokoko, Fate Requiem characters and etc. We got special programs, aka called the Karudia 4th season of coming home. We got the long interview by one of another artist. Actually, not an artist. It is a writer of, I believe, CCC, Foxtail, I think it was. And then Samurai Remnant comicalization, quote unquote, begins. And surprise comicalization, FGO Oku comicalization, and an interview with Lack and Wada Arco's informations and a little bit of sneak peek action. Last but not least, we got a comic for interlude for Cooking with Nikichichi, which is Dobrikia Nikichichi's interlude. We saw a tiny Yaskaya there. Avalon Tale, Season 1, Observe on the Timeless Temple. FGO, all the good stuff. Okay, Fujimaru doesn't understand. Avalon Tale number 2, Cosmos and the Lost Belt. Edward Teachy's interlude as well. And last but not least, we got Welcome to Eileen Erube and Creators column, and the rest is history. Oh shit. Damn, this is gonna be a long ass interview. God damn, boy. Azanashi is a game designer and sub-director. Okay. Sengo's one question, one answer. Mafia Kajita. Yeah, the quote-unquote Good boy. Good ace. A question. All right, we're gonna be diving in. Don't forget to hit that like button, and more will to come. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. All right, I got one video recorded. Let me slap that shit on YouTube real quickie, chat. Give me a second. There we go. Found it. Oh yeah, we're gonna. This is an 8-hour plus stream. I hope you're fucking ready for this. Gonna be insane, Dio. Oh wow! Look, what you call it? Rio made the paladin mask. It's very cute. Oh, are they gonna make that the same? That's very interesting. So they are making it. They're in both swimsuit and Christmas different variants all in one. Oh, look at that. We get to see Kurohime and Komachi. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we only get to see up to whatchamacallit, so it's all good. We got ourselves a very kawaii Jannu here. Kawaii remnant side. You know, the Arjuna, the Indian side. I believe that's... Bro, is that Gawain? I think that's Gawain. It is Gawain. You got your Marie Antoinette. Damn. Fucking Skusaha banging on that pipe. Mash-chan with Falcon. We got the long interview by the voice actor of Peperoncini. Also the voice actor of Taizai. Taizai-se and Minamoto Iori. How to draw Nokoko's illustration. Very cute. Look at that. The things from Karadea Tea Time. She's eating the quote unquote space snack. Freeze dried. The recording looks like Voyager 1. Orarari, that's pretty cool. The celestial, you know, the sun, the moon, the earth. Nice little references is being written down here. Very nice. Yo, I'm so glad that the artist of Requiem is gonna probably tell us what the fuck happened to Requiem. So 10th year collab questioning of Fate Strange Fake Guy and Elemaloid 2 guy. Very cool. Oh, this is fucking... Is this anime Fate Strange Fake? Yeah, there's some hella spoilers. Welcome to Anni Erubebero. It's the fucking classic Tight Moon gathering station, essentially. Then yeah, Comicalize confirm. Simultaneously redrop Comicalize has been activated. Black interview. And then Duplicate Nikichichi's interlude. aka Yaska. Bum, bum, ba, ba, ba. Ta-da! Nice, huh? And then we got Avalon Tail, which is very cool. By the way, this is essentially Artoria, Avalon, and Castoria technically walking through the each singularity. That's a really good art style for Tesca Toripoca and Tenochtitlan, aka Torarok. Fucking let's put the altar on top of the quote unquote everything. そうそう、ちょうどあんな感じ。And there's the second one. So by the way, this is season 2 Lost Belt Walk from Anastasia all the way to That's really nice that Astoria kind of quote unquote talks about it. Oh, damn. She even tells you here is crazy. "どこからおせようですよ。無名の王がの売り言葉か。おせよの王はまたぶっあったぞ。自分体を切除して終わりではない。お前たちの罪果たすべき責務が待っているぞ。ここは危ないですよ。もうまたそんな。私はいいんです。構いません。運命、以前同じとこに聞かれました。どるたらない偶然も、大的な必然も、あなたが信じるなら、 それはどうしようもなく運命なのでしょう。Hey, damn! That's insane! They're fucking opening up this shit so lit. So yeah, this is essentially the ordeal call. And this is right after ordeal call. And then somebody, she sees somebody, and you can't see that somebody, right? So it's very dangerous here. That's very wholesome. The question mark is who was Avalon talking to? Someone we've seen before for sure. Someone very important. But somebody that can't talk back. Damn, the legendary Baba One Piece figure. And that concludes the video. Okay. All right, let's start reading it then. Yeah, we got a lot to cover. I hope you're ready. How you doing, Czar? How you doing, Digital Warrior? I think we know who it is. Well, I hope we sure do know who it is, huh? Thanks for the translation. No problem, Lucas. Anyone besides me feels like Type Moon is focusing on other series besides FGO? Well, Type Moon only has so much manpower. And Type Moon, whatchamacallit, its biggest bank is Nasu, and we can't clone Nasu. So Nasu currently has to finish a series, which is FGO. So let the man finish the season 2 story. Then he'll start cooking on everything else. This feels like from Lost Belt, but it goes from Orleans. So that the reason why it goes to 2 parts, Ray. They cut it into 2 parts. One part is the singularity, right? The first chapter, aka the first season. Then the second season came in, which was the entire Lost Belt. Drake Summer Cope intensifies. All right. Jesus Christ, this is gonna be a lot of fucking. All right, here we go. I don't know if I can do it. I really do wonder. I thought there was a thing you can do. Oh well. If I can't do it, that's perfectly fine. I do need some water here. Alright, ready? Welcome! It seems you've clicked on the video to be interested in the interview. Get ready for a long-ass interview stream. Okay? So here we go. This is the quote unquote 10th anniversary FGO long interview. The theme of the interview is called Journey. Tabi. So you're going to be seeing Kinoko and Takeuchi. 様々な表を与えてくれた FGO。I wonder if I can do it like this. Ooh, is there? That'd be so fun. Can I highlight? I can't highlight. Fuck. Bam, 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 bam. Why is this sexual music? It ain't no sexual music. That would be a pretty funny to ruin my career. But I do want to get that shit going, so. Ooh, there you go. Oops, excuse me. There we go. So we got ourselves a quote unquote various treasures, right? AKA assets that FGO, right? That has been given. From here on out, FGO, from here on out, it's going to be called FGO, Fate Grand Order. We're going to be having Mr. Nasu's interview. And who is the interview guy? 旅と喋っていて覚えています。Because yeah, Journey, I've been in FGO, walking together. It's been 10 years of an amazingness. Has this 10 year have been a great journey for every single one of you? フェイトステイナイトははじめとする一貫のシリーズは主人公たちがいる一つの街の中だけで完結していました。でも FGO は時代を超えて様々な場所を巡らせる世界規模の話になる。人類を守るという大きな目的のために世界を巡るのはそこそこ旅なのだと当時は考えていたんです。それがまさか自分たちにとっても10年に及ぶ旅になるとは。我々にとっても FGO の傑作はそれまで経験したこともない未知の領域へ踏み込んでいく旅でしたね。So, this is Nasu, specifically saying that we started everything off from Fate Stay Night. This series involved all the main characters to complete his entire problems, an entire case, and everything was technically resolved in a single town, in a single location. But in FGO, it transcends time and location, and it was a global scale, a very job in order to protect humanity. Right, aka the greater good. In honesty, I believe that was a journey, is what we thought at the time. Little did we know that for us, this 10 year would be a FGO's creation to experience something beyond unimaginable into the territory of unknown and stepping forward. That certainly was our journey. This is Takeuchi. いざここで10年という言葉を聞くと、本当に長いことの作品に関わっているんだなと、いや、それも、いや、まとめと、含めて思います。ものすごい、濃密な日々でしたが、あっという間に過ぎ去っていた感じがしますね。ベッドステイナイトをはじめとするタイプムーンの内部で作っていたパッケージ作とは違って、FGO はシナリオライター、軍人やイラスターたちの方々、螺旋ガルの開発チーム、そして宣伝スタッフなど本当に多くの人たちの協力のもとで作り上げてきた作品なので、作品です。そういう意味では FGO の行く先で仲間を増やしながら歩んでいた旅だったように思います。Takeuchi states right here, saying that it's been 10 years. And hearing the word 10, I really do feel like this product, this story, this thing, right? It's been so long. It's been quite the quote-unquote very eventful and very it's essentially he's describing a thick day, right? Every day was a thick day. He was on grinding mode daily. But next thing you also know, all of a sudden it already feels like it's over. It's essentially he's saying time flies. Starting with Fate's Day Night, Type Moon was able to, we were at our own little office and making a package, right? Physical package back in the day. Completely different from the FGO scenario, where we needed to collaborate, coordinate, and work together with not only the scenario writers, the illustrators, and other Lesengo development teams, and the advertisement teams. On top of that, needed the cooperations and collaborations of many other staff members, and those people together working alongside to create this wonderful piece of FGO. In actuality, this FGO's was definitely definitely a journey that we created by making friends along the way to have a fantastic time. Nasu says, 仲間が多すぎて画面に入りきれない。社内で完結するパッケージ作は作ってしまったら残る財産はその作品だけ。でも FGO は制作の覚悟で多くの人とのつながりというとてつもなく大きな宝を得ました。FGO には関わってくれた多くの仲間たちの思いが詰まっている。Nasu here specifically says that there's a lot of friends, almost too many friends. It's to the point that you'll probably not be able to fill it in an entire screen. Lol, right? Parentheses, lol. It says back in the day, whenever you complete a physical package within the quote unquote your company, your quote unquote leftovers or what the product desire or what's done after this entire effort is that there is a product. But FGO is a little different because instead of not only a physical package, we essentially going through stories after stories, writers after writers, among a lot of people, the connections and interactions with every single one of these people was definitely the biggest treasure that we could ever achieve and cherish. It says FGO is a video game that has a lot of our friends. A lot of our friends, including families and whatnot, right? It's essentially saying a lot of our friends and coworkers and everybody that was involved in this FGO project, its feelings is all compacted tight and giving you the best they could do. この10年には、so this is 竹内。この10年には我々にとっての旅でしたが、老人当時から遊んでくださっている ユーザーの皆さんにとっても FGO と共に歩んだ旅だったではないのでしょうか。その旅という点で我々と皆さんは緩やかな同感を得ている気がするんです。開発陣はそんな旅の最終決点に向けて歩みを進めていますが、その気持ちがユーザーの方々にも宣伝していくといいと思います。So Takeuchi says in this 10th year, all of us technically went our journeys on our own way. And for us, we certainly did go on a journey. During the low routine, right? Launch. During the launch date. During the beginning of the FGO launch date, everybody in the FGO, we were walking among it together, learning things together and experiencing things together for the first time. And this definitely, certainly was a journey nonetheless. Not only just us, but the user base as well as we. We walked together on this journey. And in this journey, we probably had a very nice feelings of fulfillment, excitement, and many others. It says the development team are currently making sure that this journey reach the final destination and slowly but surely walking towards that path. その気持ちが I do wish that the user base as well feel the finale that's slowly but surely coming to the end. 開発チームがそんな旅の終着点に向けて歩みを進めていますが、その気持ちがユーザーの気持ち yeah. So it's essentially Takeuchi saying, everybody since launch, everybody and their mom was on a journey. I feel like we could sympathize for each other, and we went like this journey of ours also made us kind of come together. Not really like a family, but just kind of come together and come closer. Currently, right now, the development team is reaching for that end goal. I sincerely hope that the user base can feel that end goal. 旅を続けていくうちに背負い込む荷物も増えた結果、身軽さがなくなってしまったような感覚はありませんか? So the interviewer asks, while you guys are all on this journey, has it ever felt that you were shouldering so much and increased your luggage/baggage? Have you ever felt like you were too heavy to move forward or don't feel as lighthearted as you used to have before? So this is Nasu saying that FGO に関わったことで自分の人生、運命は大きく変わりました。関わってよかったかどうかは正直なところ半分かなと。FGO と出会わなければもっといろいろなタイプムーン作品を生み出していたかもしれない。でも現状はそれを取ってよりあるを得ている。それは売上や知名度、人のつながりとしてつながり、そして多くの人の協力を生み出してきたキャラクターたち。これほどたくさんにキャラクターを一つの世界線、作品の中で描ける経験は他にはありません。そして身の軽さがなくなったとかという質問については明確に否です。身も心も常に軽いんですよ。軽くしておかないと激流に飲み込まれてしまいますから。発想は軽く、やることは濃くを常に心中しています。今後の期間イベントはこんなことをやってみようとか、今度はこの方のキャラクターデザインをお願いしてみようとかいう発想はアザルさんと軽さがないとできませんからね。So Nasu specifically here, it says, my life changed drastically involving myself. My life changed drastically involving myself with FGO. In all honesty, should I have involved myself in FGO? That answer is definitely 50-50 to this day. Because in technicality, if I didn't meet or if I didn't go with the FGO idea, I'm pretty sure that at this point I would have created many different types of Type Moon products by now. However, at present day, there's a lot of assets and a lot of products, and on top of that, it's gotten sales, fame, connection with amazing people, and simultaneously with the connections of amazing people and their amazing efforts, we're able to create so many characters, abundance amount of characters in this one single worldview / product. I don't think I'll ever have this experience ever again. And the question is, have I ever felt heavy while burning all these on my back and feel sluggish? The answer is no, is a constant and clear no. I have to constantly have my body and heart and my thought process light. After all, if I don't have it light, I will get swept away by the current storm of emotions and the heat of the moment sometimes. I have to come, my inspiration must be always light, but what I'm going to do is fully determined and concentrated. That is what I always tell myself. Like, for instance, why don't we do this on a limited time event? Or why don't we make that character designer draw this character? And these type of ideas like that was constantly be easy, decisive, and light. Or else you won't be able to even take the first step forward to ask that question. And then Takeuchi answers that the burden-ness question. その時々で新鮮さがないと作っている方も気持ちが前と進みませんからね。ナスからたびたび指示される小さな目的は我らが常にポジティブな気持ちで新しいことを楽しみながら挑戦できるきっかけにつながっていたように思います。So Takeuchi answers. It says, at a time like this, and a time where we are concentrated, these refreshing ideas and ideas out of the blue, it definitely is a requirement in order to feel fresh, in order to make things fun, and in order to make the feelings go forward, in order to progress, to move forward. Nasu gives us a direction and gives us hints and suggestions here and there and creates a little tiny goal. To us, is a constant我々が常にポジティブな気持ちで楽しいことを楽しみながら挑戦できる機会に yeah, it's probably because of Nasu giving us these tiny goals that we are able to achieve new things and enjoy ourselves and challenge to these new things while keeping ourselves positively and fresh while moving forward. And it's essentially Takeuchi saying Nasu's kind of like, you know, burst here and there definitely connected us sometimes to the right moments, right? Where he kind of suggests an idea and kind of give mini challenges that it's challenging but very exciting at the same time in order to, you know, freshen up FGO and workplace. So the interviewer asked, 確かに期間限定イベントやエイプルフールの企画はユーザーを楽しませるのと同時に開発スタッフも試しながら作っているのが伝わっています。And so the interviewer asked, you're quite right. Just like limited time events and April Fool projects, not only these games are meant to enjoy the user base, you can really clearly see that the development staffs are enjoying themselves making these simultaneously as well. All right? So that was the first chapter of the entire book. I'm going to cut this every fucking big billboard, okay? So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. If you want more, make sure you follow it up on the next video. Make sure you follow me on Twitter, YouTube, Kick, Twitch, etc. Always be streaming at 11 a.m. MST. Don't miss out. And as always, I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Okay. Any questions so far? Now we're going to be doing the スマホゲームの開発という新たな世界へ飛び出していた。So it's essentially the next title is the new playing field called the developing a smartphone game. But before I do that, let me get some drink before I start recording, okay? All right, welcome back. This is going to be the second 2 out of God knows how many videos that I'm going to be making. I'm going to try to keep it as short and light as possible, but no promises. You know how FGO be. So here we go. The title of this video is developing the smartphone game and jumping into a new playing field. The interviewer asked, 初めてのスマートフォンゲームの作に挑むあって、開発者としても様々な試行誤差があったと思います。開発当時などのような作品を、開発当時はどのような作品を目指したのでしょうか? So essentially, at the very first, the interviewer asked, this is your very first smartphone game. You guys were creating it and challenging it. Whenever you guys were developing, I saw you guys were attempting many different things and unfortunate circumstances happened here and there. At the very first forefront of development, what kind of product were you all aiming for? Okay? Nasu answers, そもそものきっかけは、本作のプロデューサーが一人である石上健二さんからのフェイトでスマートフォンゲームを作りたいという無茶ぶりでしたね。自分はコンシューマーゲーム大好きな人間なのですが、サンプルとして遊んでいたチェーンクロリコルが大変面白かった。魅力的なキャラクターたちが登場、大数登場する物語が常に同時に進行されてユーザーを飽きせずにぐいぐい引き込んでいく。このフォーマットでフェイトを作ったら絶対に面白いになるからまずはやってみようかと言われた。それで2016年いっぱいまでスマホゲームの開発に尽くして2017年はまた違う作品に挑もうという意気込みでいたんですよ。でも実際にローンチしてみたら思いのほか多くのユーザーからいい反応をもらえたし、シナリオライター陣や開発スタッフが一丸なって一つの作品を作り上げるのは一クリエイターとしての大変衝撃になりました。刺激的になりました。ただ1年目の FGO はゲームとしてもあまりにも未熟な点も多かったし、その分伸びしろもあった。True! また多くのクリエイターさんから素晴らしいキャラクターのデザインを預かっていたので、絶対にこの作品をダメ作で終わらせるわけにはいかない。必ずみんなが面白いと思わせる作品を成長させていかなくてはならないと2015年未末に強く感じていました。So, this is Nasu is saying, it's essentially the question is, this is your first smartphone game to challenge. What were your tasks? What were your difficulties? What were you trying to achieve? Right. So it says FGO's idea was technically from one of the quote unquote producers at the time. He specifically suggested that why don't we make a fake game for a smartphone game? He wanted to make that, and he kind of just threw us under the bus in this impossible task. But I personally, aka Nasu, enjoyed consumer game type, especially as a sample, Chain Chronicles. It was so entertaining. beloved and charming and intriguing characters. They come in multiple variants, and then the story was constantly updated in order for users to not be bored. And I was constantly being sucked in and being enveloped. And I can and with that, we've decided to the conclusion that if we were to bring Fate in that format, similar to Chain Chronicles, whoever formatted the Chain Chronicles, we were able to, if we make Fate out of it, it'd be great. I bet it's gonna be fun for certain. So that's kind of the reason why we started. And in 2016, we were developing the smartphone game, as much as we could. And after 2016, we were thinking about developing something else entirely at 2017. That was kind of the first get-go. Just make a product for a year, and then next year we'll work on the next product. However, when we actually launched the game, many users gave a great response and results. And I felt like the staff writers and the development team, all of us, including I, became one as a unit. And as a creator myself, it was one of the most shocking positive factor I could ever obtain. However, as you know, the very first year of FGO was unfortunately too amateur and too lowball to be considered as a game at the moment, because there was many different problems and circumstances were not the greatest. 未熟な点もあったし、その分伸びしろもあった。And since we had many problems occurred up ahead during our creation process. But on top of that, we had many different creators bestowing us a wonderful character design. And because of that, I knew and we had to make sure. We had to make sure that this product, this story, was not going to end on a bad note. I wanted to make sure that everybody, I wanted to make sure that we created a product where everybody can enjoy and have fun and grow this game, is what I felt at the end of 2015. At the end of 2015, that became my strong conviction. This is Takeuchi's answer. Takeuchi goes, スマホユーザーに特に昔からのタイプムーンのファンの皆さんに受け入れてもらえるのがローンチするまでは不安でいっぱいでしたね。でも蓋を開けてみたら驚くほどのたくさんの方から反応を受けていて正直ほっとしましたよ。新しいことへの挑戦がいい結果につながって暗射もしたものもありましたが、せめて振り返ると最初の1年はものすごい勢いで駆け抜けたなという印象しかありませんね。So essentially, Takeuchi goes, it was meant for smartphone users, but especially for the Type Moon fans. We were really afraid at the time before we launched. We were afraid that the Type Moon fans were not going to be satisfied of how we pulled it off. But when we opened the lid, the surprisingly amount of positivity and encouragement given to us made us sigh of relief, to be honest with you. The fact that challenging something completely new and out of our bounds resulted in a positivity. But now that I looked over from day one now, I feel like our very first year was the most intense and fast and most intensified and fast route upwards as upwards to bettering ourselves. That is the impression that I remember by. So if you guys don't know, TLDR, this was a 2015 battle scene during the, like, it's essentially, this is season 1 FGO. It was kind of dog. Season 1 was kind of dog. No third skills. You got like big HP bars. But that HP bar is the writer HP bar. Like it was a little wonky. Okay. You didn't know how many turns. You don't know how many enemies. The UI was very small and minimal. And so Nasu conjectures, right? Conjectures or adds to it. 本来20代後のくらいに20代後半くらいに来てほしい人生の大きな転換がまさに40代に差し置けてかかってくるとはまだ体力がギリギリ残っているとしてよかったよ。And Nasu was like, in all honesty, the life-changing event of turning your life upside down in a big catastrophe usually comes around mid-20s, mid-20s, late 30s. I just didn't expect myself to have it around my 40s. It says, I'm really glad that my body was still, had enough stamina. I'm still glad that my body still had the age, to still retain enough stamina to do some shenanigans. Ah, 目標に向かってひたすら突き進んでいて、がらむしゃらの感覚は月夢やステイナイトを作っていたところに近いよね。So Takeuchi also says, running towards that goal and constantly moving forward. That kind of like an intensity of just kind of like losing our stamina to get to that goal really felt like we were doing Fate Stay Night and Tsukihime level of productivity for sure. Very nostalgic. So Nasu's about 50 years old-ish right now, since if he is telling you that in 10 years, his life crisis, aka Fate Grand Order, started around his 40s. So he's 50 now, if not mid-50. Now, the interviewer asks, season 1. It's gonna say part 1, but I'm gonna say season 1, so everybody can understand, right? That's where the singularity 1 through 7 plus Temple of Tai go tail, okay? That's season 1. シナリオとバトルのバランスが変わったのを明確に感じましたね。制作中でバトルの新規点やシナリオのボリュームに関しての軌道の修復が行われたのでしょうか。制作担当は今のようなシナリオ系を考えたんです。でも当時のディレクターを認めていたさんからスマホゲームユーザーに合わせてもっとバトルを楽しませるものにしてほしいという要文をもらってシナリオを細かく分分けして毎度にバトルを差し込むようにしましたね。でもいざ FGO がローンチされたらもっとじっくりシナリオを読ませてほしいという声がたくさん届いたのですよ。それですでに内心してあった第4章以降はシナリオ中に無理にバトルを差し込むのはやめようと思いました。第5章は担当のライターと自分とで半分くらい受け持ってシナリオを書き直しましたが、6、7章は当初用意していたのはユーザーの期待に合うものではないと判断しており、おまごれにしつつ僕の方で全て書かせてもらうことにしたんですよ。6と7は他のライターが担当だったっけ？そうなんですよ。第6章は見直しはしていたんだけど、オジマンダイスだけだったし、第7章は大怪獣プラスワルキューレ軍団だった。でもここまでの盛り上がりを考えると第1部終盤にふさわしくもっと次第で複雑なものにしないとユーザーの期待に応えられないのだろう。期待に終えられないだろう。それで6章を自分がやるならせっかくだから 円卓の騎士の話の中央にしようとした。そして7も敵が大怪獣だけじゃなくて第三女神同盟という戦い物にしてメソポタミアと攻めていたところのギルガメッシュの話にしようと思った。今思い返すと第7章は直感的にアイデアを出してそこにいろいろな養分と輸出を肉付けして物語を組み立てていった記憶がありますね。先行してデザインがあっていたエルキドゥも組み込まなくちゃいけないという話題もあったよね。そうだったね。当時は小説フェイトストレンジフェイクの Oh, is he talking about the Enkidu fucking Enkidu fucking problem? インキドゥを出さなくてはいけないけど、インキドゥを出さないということ、トンチに問えていた問題が発生したんですよ。君主に対策して組み出したのが、インキドゥの姿をした別人であるキングーというキャラクターを出したんですよ。キングーはエルキドゥとまた違った魅力を持つ存在になりましたよね。また、第7章は大怪獣と戦うということは以前から聞いていたので、我々も、開発陣も、これまでと比べて最大級のバックの戦いになると気合を入れて臨んでいました。Damn, that's a lot of read. Okay. So, essentially the TLDR question here was during season 1, scenario and battles balance changed clearly midway through the story. It says during the productions, what happened to the battle systems and what happened to the scenario volumes and etc. And why did this shapeshift? Why did this trajectory change all of a sudden? It says at the very first of development, we were thinking exactly like we are now. With a definitely scenario game in mind. But during that time, our director at the time wanted specifically us to create a smartphone game user-friendly, making them more and more fun and interesting, not story overdriven. And with that being request, we quote-unquote broken down the scenarios into thin lines, and we kind of inserted battles here and there ever so often to make sure that it was enjoyable while story stayed fresh. But right when FGO has officially launched, when people experience the game for the first time, their critique and their comments were they really wanted to enjoy the scenario more and they want to read it they want to read it more closely, not get disrupted by battle each time. Because remember, back in the day, we had the Wyvern meme of you have a conversation, story lore dump comes in, oh, there's a Wyvern. That was kind of the meme back in the day. And then right here specifically says, however, we've already gotten the story pre-built up to chapter 4. aka London. So ever since London and onward, we came to the conclusions and decided as a group that we are no longer forcefully inserting battle segments within the scenario. Nasu, aka I, myself, and the person who was in charge of the fifth singularity, we both worked half and half and made to rewrite the scenario so it was much better. But 当時は完走していたものはユーザーの期待に挑むのではないかと判断しており、お飾りにしつつ僕の方で全て書かせようともらったりしたのです。But from chapter 6 and 7, which is Camelot and Babylonia, I believe that what the user were expecting and wanting was not the one what we provided at first. So in the end, I was the one I was the one that took charge to write both of those stories myself and put the writers on a different story later. And so Takeuchi goes, wait, chapter 6, Camelot, and chapter 7, Babylonia. Were other writers in charge of it back then? And then Nasu goes, that's right, they were. In technicality, chapter 6, Camelot, was only supposed to show Ozymandias, and he was the wall that was going to get in our way. And then chapter 7, Babylonia, was supposed to be the great kaiju battle versus the Valkyrie army. But it says, but with all the efforts that we have so far, I wanted to hype up the game even more. And so in order for season 1 ending to be decisively exciting, I needed to connect the dotted lines till there. And I wanted to make sure that it was complicated, but more entertaining. If I don't do that, if I didn't do that, I don't think I was able to answer the expectations that the viewers were wanting. And that is the reason why I told everybody that I will be in charge of 6. And if I'm doing chapter 6, I wanted to implement the concept that pertainsly about the Knights of the Round Table as a center focal point. And during chapter 7, aka Babylonia, I didn't want the enemy to be a big kaiju. I also wanted to implement the 3 goddesses alliances, and together creating a Mesopotamia that was run by Gilgamesh. To be perfectly honest with you, chapter 7 Babylonia was a instinctual idea left to right, and simultaneously trying to slab it all together conveniently and create a story that was very coherent. That is the memory that I had back in the day.先行していたデザインがあった先行してデザインが上がっていたエルキドゥのも組み込まなきゃいけないという課題もあったよね。It's a Takeuchi answers simultaneously. We had to incorporate Enkidu that was given to us as a previous design that was supposed to be utilized in quote unquote this story, chapter 7. So and so okay, so this is where Nasu spills the bean. Very nice. So it says that's quite correct. During the time, Fake Strange Fake light novel was slowly but surely getting distributed. It says if Enkidu acts up in FGO so much, he won't have a platform for Fake to pop off on. そうだったね。当時の小説はフェイト・ストレンジ・フェイクに始まっていたので、FGO であまりエルキドゥを活用してしまうとフェイクの立場がない。So essentially, Nasu specifically says back in the day, Fate Strange Fake light novel was being distributed, right? Kind of coming out slowly but surely. But if Enkidu popped off an FGO too much, it would cast a shadow over fake Enkidu. And so I was told in FGO to not pull out Enkidu, but but I had to bust out the silhouettes and characteristics of Enkidu as well as promised. So it was a problematic circumstances occurred during the creation of this time. After my hard-earned hard thoughts and efforts, I came up with the idea that created a character that was technically Enkidu, but it looks like an Enkidu, but it was a completely different person. And that's how Kingu was formed. And then Takeuchi says, to be perfectly honest, Kingu brought another charm to Enkidu that Enkidu could not perform at the time. Simultaneously, we knew that in chapter 7, aka Babylonia, we were going to be fighting a large kaiju, and we knew that ahead of time. So the Wii development staff knew that it was going to be a battle scale beyond our wildest imaginations, and had our battle suits, had our battle station ready to tackle on this task. 第1部といえば、やはり数章で魔人獣の戦いが思い出深いですね。全ユーザーが一つとなって最後の戦いに挑むという予想はどの展開で思いついたのですか? So, the interviewer asked, remembering season 1, I sincerely remember the final chapters, the Temple of Solomon, and farming the demonic pillars. It was where all the users became a single entity and to fight the battle one last time. Where and how did you come up with this idea? Nasu answers. それに関しては最初から考えていました。チェーンクロノコルにもレイドバトルがあったのですが、最初にあれを経験した時に衝撃を受けていました。自分もスマホゲームを作るならラストバトルで絶対に大規模なレイドバトルをやりたいと思っていたんですよ。2016年未満にユーザーの皆さんと一緒に盛り上がれたのは僕にとってもいい思いですね。あのレイドバトルはトレンドにも上がったし、盛り上がった方が異常だったよね。ちょっと怖かったな。素材のうまさに注がれたユーザーたちが魔人獣を倒せと殺到して、こちらが予定した以上のスピードで魔人獣を狩り倒してしまいましたからね。確かにストーリーの上、一番盛り上がるポイントはあったですけど、アイテム配布の求めたゲームバランスも妙な盛り上がりね、一たりを持っていました。それまでの戦闘やイベントで得られるアイテムの分量をきちんと管理していたからこそ、あのレイドバトルの単価を振る舞いにみんなが喜んでいたのですよ。ストーリーを楽しみたいエンタメ力と素材を集めたいというものの欲、そして年末の、そしてそういう終わりのタイミングが参考詞に重なって、あの異常事態が起こったのでしょうね。ネット上であっちの魔人獣の方が素材美味しいから美味しいらしいよとなど偽情報を流して他のユーザーを誘導する情報戦のやり取りが広がったのも面白かったですね。True. Okay, so it's a long one, so I'm gonna have to start explaining it. It says, essentially, yeah, TLDR, the question there, it says, was the raid against the demonic pillars planned? It says, yeah, we were thinking about it from the very beginning. During Chain Chronicles, there was a raid battle. And when I felt that experience for the first time, it gave me a permanent impression. And I thought to myself, if I'm going to make a smartphone game, I too wanted my last battle to be a grand raid battle with everybody. And so at the end of 2016, everybody in the user base, the fact that we were able to farm and have fun together as an entire user base is definitely a big memory within my heart. Takeuchi goes, I can't believe that raid actually trended so hard. And the quote-unquote, the way it got hyped up was irregular. To be perfectly honest, I was scared. Nasu goes, a lot of the users were charmed by the amount of delicious materials that was dropping every time there was a quote-unquote raid. Some user even yelled out and exclamated on videos and MSN to destroy and defeat the demonic god pillars, right? and all of a sudden, with their murderous intent, eradicated the demonic pillars at the speed of sound that we were so not expecting of. We certainly made it. We certainly made it to the most hypest point of the story. But アイテム配布の見分けゲームバランスも妙に盛り上がりの上にもなっていましたね。It says, yeah, simultaneously, the speed of it was very undaunting. On the story part, it was supposed to be the greatest hype, but at the same time, the item game here was quite tremendous as well. アイテムの配布も読むためゲームバランスも妙も盛り上がりの一緒に読んだ。To be perfectly honest, item distributions and game balance was definitely a fine example and a sample case to take from there for certain. It's a thank goodness that we were item management and item distribution was we properly maintained it so nothing get out of control. And so the fact that the sheer amount of reward given to that raid battle gave it an additional boost of happiness that people were willing to sling their entire apples to get those materials. This was combination of the entertainment factor of the story that is also enjoyable, the greed of wanting to collect so much materials, and to conclude this entire year with a bang. A triple combo that all got collided together to create this irregular phenomenon for certain. Even on the internet, there's some quote-unquote fake news of specifically trying to lure people away to other demonic pillars, saying that demonic pillar has a better material, so you should go there. And other fake informational warfare were to be played out and try to move the user base so they could farm a little bit more. The battle of information was quite tremendously hilarious to witness during that time. And then Takeuchi specifically goes, it was a best timing after all. It was the end of the year. It made it feel like a festivity, a party. A festivity and a party, and I think that caused a great factor as well. During that time, Season 1, Chapter 7 was around December 7th, and the final chapter was right around 2 weeks afterwards, which was December 22nd starting. And it was a super high-spec, clustered schedule. But, 間に合わないんじゃないとか思ってます。it was so super high cluster schedule. To be perfectly honest, there was so many thought process coming over to me that we weren't gonna make it properly. It says AKA during but the director at the time, Shiokawa, specifically exclamated, final chapter will be done within this year. And with his strong convictions and the development staff on full throttle, he carried the season 1 to victory. Mr. Shiokawa's strong arm and high motivation and him actually helping quite a lot. The development, Shiokawa with his essentially like tough arm and high motivated staff members. Without them, we would not make that insanity of the final season into reality. Nasu specifically says, 確かにあの頃の FGO の制作は塩川さんが合力でぐいぐい引っ張っていてくれたこそ成り立っていましたね。 メインストーリーの進行だけでも大変だったけど、その上で期間限定のイベントもやらなくてはいけなかった。開発スタッフが全員火の城の状態でしたが、本筋のメインストーリーとわちゃわちゃした茶番劇を書くこととイベント、どちらも FGO には欠かせない大切な余罪でしたよ。余罪なんですよ。利益とことを考えられて、小さなイベントを乱発して新しいキャラをバンバン出しさえすればいい。でもそんな中身のないものはすぐにユーザーに飽きられてしまう。だから FGO の世界観を書くメインストーリーを一番面白いものにしなければならないし、だからこそするイベントも輝く。清川さんがそうした我々の思いを尊重してくださったのは FGO の羅針を定めて植えたとても大きかったと思います。まず言ってブレイズにストーリー中の作品があり続けるからこそタイプのファンがいて。There we go. So Takeuchi answers, yeah, the Shiokawa was amazing. And then Kinoko says, for certain, Shiokawa was definitely carrying us in the early games. During that time, FGO's production was on Shiokawa's back, and he was pulling us forcefully with his arms. And because he was force pulling us, we were able to maintain the way it was. Not only the progression of the main story was a very hard thing to achieve. On top of that, limited event had to be constructed, and that event also was supposed to be entertaining. The development staff, everybody at the time was the fire. Their car was on fire. The situation was everybody had fire up under their ass. But the main story's amazing quality and the quote-unquote slapstick comedy of event stories was definitely a necessity that FGO required. And it's very important to have both of those simultaneously. It says, if we only think about profitability and make the small events just hollow and bust out a new character, that could have been an honest work if we wanted profitability. But a game without a substance inside will definitely get bored by the user base instantaneously. And that's why we needed to make sure that the worldview and the world of FGO needed to be importantly entertaining as main story. And making sure that was the main squeeze. But simultaneously, we do not forget about the events and making the event shine as well to keep the attention. 塩川さんがそうした我々の思いを象徴してくださったのは FGO の羅針を植えるものでとても大きかったと思います。Mr. Shiokawa at the time was definitely respecting our feelings and our thought process and wanted our result, and that probably gave FGO the right direction and sent us on a really good footing, in my honest opinion. 塩川さんがこういう作品を作りたいという那須さんの思考をあえて取り越えてきましたし、その面でその羅針上では現在ディレクターからの良識も受け継られています。I said, Mr. Shiokawa always respected and wanted to create what Nasu envisioned. And he had it always as a priority of objective. That direction, currently, director Kano Yoshiki also is passed down and as well. FGO がずっとブレずにストーリー需要の作品であり続けられるこそオンラインのタイプムーンファンがついてきているのでしょうし、新しく FGO に入れたユーザーの新鮮さを感じる部分だと思います。I said that's kind of the reason why FGO was able to stay FGO and not falter too hard, making the story important continuing so to make the old Type Moon fans and veterans enjoying the main story, while inviting the new FGO user that becomes a new fan because of its freshness. Now, essentially, Takeuchi is saying that Kano Yoshiki is also pulling this off as well, respecting the quote-unquote the will of Shiokawa. And because FGO is very focused on story and its lores and its product, the reason why and because it's so like elegantly done and very concreted on their lore, Type Moon fans still continue us and still respect and follow us to this day, and was able to bring fresh blood, right? New bloods, new fresh meat to enjoy FGO and its user base, making things fresh. So that was part of it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. This is part 2 of many. So make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next time. Peace. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. You know how it is, baby. I'll be streaming every day at 11 a.m. Peace. Oh my god, that shit was long. We still got a lot of reading to do. Just give me a second, okay? We got a lot of reading to do. I'm just trying to cut this shit up in segments and slap it into the YouTube VOD so you guys can enjoy it in segments. This also gives me an excuse to drink some waters and answer your guys' question. How you liking it so far? It was pretty good. Yeah, it's essentially to TLDR this whole front. Shiokawa low-key carried by being a forceful bitch. But because they forced them, everybody and their mom low-key locked in and made season 1 very successful. Simultaneously, they're talking about the demonic pillar, right? The misinformational warfare that they had. That was very cool. And yeah. And then we're going to be talking about ライター陣が自由な発想で取り込んだ 1.5 メインそれから外れた 1.5 をどういう機能を作ることになったんでしょうか。 1.5 をサーバントを状態をする神明隠しという楽しい。 Yeah, they're trying to finish season 2. Nice. All right, let's get the second story started, shall we? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to God knows how many part of this video it is on FGO To Love Trouble Be translating. This is still part of the Nasu long interview. I'm doing it by segment of like 20 to 40 minutes just so y'all can not like lose your mind listening to this translation. Took a quick break and now we're starting again. The title or the theme of this is the quote-unquote the free free idea that the writers were able to have during the 1.5 segment, aka Epic of Remnants. So the interviewer asked, during 1.5, this was supposed to be a story outside of the main story, the quote-unquote a bundles of tales and storytelling. But it was so popular that each individual chapters got comicalized. It had grabbed quite the popularity. And its creation was well done. How did the 1.5 idea came into fruition? Nasu answers, 2016年の8月ぐらいに第1部が終わっても FGO はどうやら続くらしいということが分かりまして、ただすぐに第2部に入るには開発側でだけなくユーザーにとっても準備期間が必要だなと思い、第1と第2部をつなぐエピソードを作ることにしたんです。第1部の作成ではライター陣にこの章はこの時代をこの舞台にしてこのキャラを登場させて物語を作ってほしいと大まかな構成材の指示していて、僕の方で圧迫して監督することで全体に周囲を一貫を持たせることを思いました。でも 1.5 はメインストーリーから独立した話なので、名ライターの個性を存分に出して好きに書いてもらうことにしたんですよ。いわばらばシナリオ設計におけるガス抜きですね。それで自分の担当のキャラのムサシが主人公の英雄7当番勝負が他のライターとの下にあった以上、各ライターのお任せという形になったんです。1.5 部ではサーバントと正体を伏せた状態。So essentially, how did 1.5 come into fruition? Nasu specifically goes in 2016, even in 2016 at August, I was told even after season 1 of FGO ends, apparently it was going to have a continuation. Surprise to me, but we just couldn't slap the user base to put into season 2 right off the bat. The development staffs were not ready, and simultaneously, user needed some preparation time, in my honest opinion. So we wanted to create a couple of episodes to bind to season 1 and 2 together, and that's where I started cooking, essentially creating the story. In season 1, the TLDR of how we individually created the story, that we told the writers that in this chapter, it's going to be this time at this location, and please utilize these characters to your disposal and create an entertaining story. It was a very vague and large and kind of gave quite the freedom to allow them to showcase the not freedom, excuse me, just kind of a very vague but defined requirements in order for the stories to be created. And with me on the director side, we were kind of gluing everything together to make the story make sense. However, 1.5 is definitely outside the main story zone. And so I definitely wanted individual writers who were in charge of the story to kind of go free, kind of show their personalities and their quirks, and kind of let them go all out and see what they wanted to create. In the scenario writer, we call this the pulling out the gas, or letting things loose, or taking a quick creating a gas leak so you don't explode. And so my character was Musashi, and the protagonist was in charge of this heroic spirit the 7-time battle shenanigans. And combined with the other writers, それで自分担当キャラの武蔵が主人公のエゴバットの他のライターとの合裁になった後以上、複数のライターに任せているお口を掘ったんです。Oh, okay, so essentially Nasu created Musashi, and she wanted to make her a protagonist, and he kind of just gave that character to the writer of Shimosa and let the writer do whatever they wanted with her and with her. And so the interviewer asked, during 1.5, there was this interesting gimmick in order to learn the servant's true identity, the true name hidden gimmick. I remember that. And then Takeuchi goes, yes. It says, during season 1, we wanted to try to mimic or get close to as Fate as possible. We wanted to have the flavor of Fate still resigned into FGO. Even though that was technically our goal, there were many things that we weren't able to pull off very Fate-like. For instance, one of them was the true name hidden mechanic. Fate has many different entertaining parts and very exciting parts for sure. But one of the excitement parts was definitely understanding the 7 servants and their stories and their true revealing identity while you progress the story. That was definitely the big part of surprise and mysteries. And I kind of wanted to show FGO that excitement of unveiling a true name. And that's why we attempted to do the hidden name, true name hidden mechanic. And we added the system. But unfortunately, it didn't work out, or it didn't fit the criteria as much as we thought it could. And so it didn't become, or it just didn't stick to become the norm. That's all. 新サーベントの新名を全部隠したら、その正体を追っていくので、物語の大きな部分が響かれてしまいますからね。それにせっかくピックアップ召喚登場しても、誰となりかねない。でも、竹内のやりたいこともわかるし、状況に満足せず、新しいものも組み込んでいきたいという思いもありました。それで1.5 限定で新名隠しを入刀したのです。So Nasu answers, I said, yeah, when introducing a new servant, hiding their entire true name, the story, unveiling who they really are will become part of the crucial to the storytelling as well, if we were to pull this off. And simultaneously, if we were to utilize the true name hidden mechanic so much, it's like, even if you get the character from a big raid up summoning, it's like, who are you? Because you don't know them. But I can still understand what Takeuchi wanted to do. I felt it and I get it. And yeah, even though at the current time it was it's not full satisfactory, but we wanted to implement something new to see if it sticked. And that is the reason why, just for 1.5 segment, we've introduced the true name hidden mechanic to see where it goes. ナスはユーザーに新鮮なゲーム体験をしているため、たびたび我らの手を抜かずに考えるのをやめるなよとプレッシャーをかけるのですよ。ナスが立先にとして大小さまざまなアイデアを提案しやすい場を作っているから、タイムーンスタッフからもいろいろな声が集まるのだと思います。Takeuchi goes, Nasu always constantly wants a fresh new game experience for the user base. And so sometimes he would always gives us this wording. You better not thinking of pulling you better not thinking of pulling any punches and take this shit seriously. And he gives us a pressure of the development team every so often. Nasu also comes up with many different ideas from large scale to small scales, and he creates an environmental area where all idea, big or small, is accepted, and suggesting it to people were a positive factor. And I think because of that, the Type Moon staff was able to voice out many different ideas and gather many different thought process. So NASA says FGO は10年前にローンチされたゲームではありますが、せめて発想だけは新しいものを追求しながら常にユーザーに驚きと充実感を与え続けたい。そしてシナリオライターとしてはストーリーヘリングでユーザーをワクワクさせ、ゲームを通して夢と希望を託したい。そのことを自分の中のテーマとして制作に挑んでいるのです。This is Nasu specifically says, in FGO 10 years ago, during the launch, if FGO is a 10-year-old launch game. However, we want our ideas and thought process and capabilities to be something to chase something new, fresh, and constantly want the user base to be surprised and fulfilled, and constantly try to attempt to appease those too much as we can. And as a scenario writer, I want to make sure that the storytelling is exciting and elusive and more entertaining, and want to give through gaming hopes and dreams. And that's what I want everybody to kind of share. そのことを自分の中で、yeah, that is constantly my theme of creating the games and the stories constantly when I'm going over these products. So the interviewer specifically asks, 新名隠しは定着構想しませんでしたが、その後も正体を被っていたサーバントの新名が妖怪という形で判明した。So it says the true name hidden, right? True name hidden gimmick didn't really stick too long, I've noticed as well. But later on, a servant that was disguising themselves to true name unveiled kind of surprise was quite the thrilling moment in my honest opinion. And Nasu goes, during season 2, chapter 6, aka Avalon Le Fay. You're talking about the part where Oberon reveals his true name. Everybody said we should definitely pull the gimmick of true name hidden shenanigans. It would be very entertaining and exciting. And so because of that, we wanted to hide that gimmick once more until the Pretender class was showcased for the very first time. オベロンの正体が判明したとき、非常に驚いたのを覚えてます。よもやボーティガンを名前をここで見ることになるとはと。It says when Oberon's true name got revealed, it was quite irregularly shocking. I remember that as a fact. The fact that his name is also included Vortigern into the name, it was so intriguing. And then Nasu answers, well, the name Vortigern is definitely a name within the FGO user base, is a name to an FGO user base, right? The people that started FGO. They're probably stated, I'm in season 2, chapter 6. He came out of nowhere. Who is that? I think that's what a lot of people thought. It says, why on earth? After all, that name was only mentioned in Fate's Day Night Unlimited Bladeworks Blu-ray DVD top box special light novel Garden of Avalon. In order to read that in order to figure out who Vortigern was in the first place. Because Vortigern was the last guardian of Britain, and the King Arthur's quote unquote previous life, right? During her quote unquote before her servant days, for Artoria, it was the hardest and the strongest enemy they've ever faced. I really wanted to involve this character into FGO somehow, some way, and I kind of hinted him in there in the Blu-ray box. But the fact that you're only able to read and you have to read about the King Arthur versus Vortigern fight on the special high expensive Blu-ray DVD box was I felt bad, so I kind of also included that in LB6. So essentially, TLDR, the reason why Oberon has Vortigern name is because Nasu wanted to slide in Vortigern, and LB6 was just the perfect platform. And yeah, if you guys do not know, if you've read Unlimited Blade, if you have Unlimited Blade Works Blu-ray box, there was a special light novel created by Nasu that's called Garden of Avalon that kind of TLDR'd the story of Artoria of Fate Stay Night. So it was pretty cool. You can technically watch it on YouTube, I believe. If you type in Garden of Avalon audio log, I think that's what it is. And so he was cooking Vortigern from that moment somehow, some way. But it seems that LB6 was convenient enough to slide that in for him. That's about it for this segment. We got a couple more segments to go. I think we got like 3 more pages, so you better buckle up. Make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And as always, if you got any questions, do let me know. More videos to come. I'll be streaming every day at 11 a.m. MST. All day, day. If you don't see it, make sure you follow me on Discord, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Kick, all that good stuff, baby. And I'll see you in the next video. Peace. By the way, Garden of Avalon's also YouTube. Yeah, that's what I just said. Are you paying attention, Dante? What the hell, boy? Why is that one blue? The rest purple. Oh well. 言うな発想を絡ませるキャラクターデザインを見よう。2部はそれまでのボリュームから見るイベント。やっとる中のギビックがあったんです。だいぶ力に絶対構築した FGO が面白いからこそイラストレーターの方も高いモチベーションでイベントカットの構成を定めてはないと。Oh, this one's a thick fucking segment, isn't it? 手の力に後押しされた第2部の第6章の物語。那須さんが担当されていた第2部のシナリオについてお話した。Oh, damn, we're gonna be talking about LB6 a lot here, huh? LB6 and LB7? God damn. And then we're gonna be talking about Ordeal Call 1 through 4. And then we talk about Ordeal Call 4, and then just kind of final words from Nasu and Takeuchi here. We got about 1, 2, 3 more pages. Jesus. Technically 4, because I didn't even get there yet. Oh! Yeah, TLDR, it was a great idea. But if you keep hiding your name, it would suck if you gotcha the character and you don't know their name. And finding out the true name becomes part of the main story, so keep hiding their names becomes a problematic. That's why they didn't go for it. And they wanted to use that gimmick during Vortigern, aka Oberon, so they kept it quiet later. All right, another recording time. How's that one? Okay, so I'm doing it every blue. Good. Every blue and purple, I'm doing it. Gotcha. What are you doing, Chubbs? Right now, quick break. I'm just numbering my YouTube VODs and slapping it in there. God damn it. Alright, there we go. Just updating YouTube videos, don't mind me. Yeah, it's just true name was great, right? Because it's a Fate Stay Night gimmick, but if you hide the true name, finding out the true name becomes part of the story, and you do that every time with every servant, it gets boring, right? And on top of that, am I lagging? Holy shit, I think I'm lagging, chat. That's wild. Simultaneously, finding out the true name gets boring and it gets repetitive, and not knowing your servant when you gotcha for them is low-key depressing, right? In a weird way. I genuinely think doing it during 1.5 was fun just because it was on such small segment, right? It was such small segment. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. If I pick up a 5-star servant and I don't know their fucking name 24/7, it gets very frustrating. Holy shit, Trubs, you're lagging? Dude, apparently I can't upload my videos while I am streaming. That's good to know. How laggy am I, by the way? Can you guys hear me clearly, or is it too glitchy and too wonky? Sometimes? Alright. We'll just take a quick break till we let those VODs roll out a little bit. The sound is fine, but you lag a little bit. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, because I am putting like 3 videos uploaded. So very understandable, very understandable. I am live streaming while connected to many things. On top of that, I am uploading videos in order to enjoy myself. So we'll wait until one of them gets fully uploaded. So one of them is fully uploaded. Good to know. Yeah, once I think one of them just gets uploaded, we should be able to go balls deep. Sir, any questions so far, by the way? Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Yeah, I don't know why my connection is poor on the Tight Moon Ace translation. I might have to up the quote unquote quality there. Gotta get fiber to do all that easily. Listen, I can't afford fiber, okay? I can't afford my house mortgage at the moment, so when I can pay for my house mortgage, sure, I will be the first one to dive in order to obtain the fiber. What is your true name? My true name is these nuts across your forehead, bud. Oh, damn. Medea and Carmilla? Sheesh. Medea Carmilla combo is insane. God damn. Make me quick. Bruh, big W on him. All right. You're telling me that I am no longer lagging, yes? All right, let's get this recording set up. So far, surprise in the interview you didn't expect. Nope. No surprises yet. I'm just glad that they talked about the Enkidu incident. So the fact that they were talking about the fact that he didn't want Enkidu, they replaced Enkidu with King Gu. That was a pretty good lore. That was the missing puzzle. So they were supposed to throw Enkidu there, but they're not supposed to give Enkidu a thing. So they went with King Gu, and I think, like Takeuchi said, King Gu cooked, which was awesome. Surprisingly, Chain Chronicle low-key carried FGO with Shiokawa. Shiokawa and Chain Chronicle, the fucking mobile game, actually carried FGO early game, I see. I think that's the most surprising part. Alright. I'm gonna start recording because I think my frame rate has calmed down. Alright, welcome! We're still continuing to read, so I hope you buckle up and get your ass ready, baby. Next up, it's called the Character Designs Freedom, right? Free ideas and possibilities and combining things together when it comes to character design. It's a season 2. Comparing to others, the scenario volume and its intricacies. Yes. Scenario volumes and its intricacies have quite increased. Simultaneously, event cut in, beginning with an event cut in, showcasing visuals and showing inside the battle. There's additional gimmicks. I felt like a lot of essentially the interviewer is saying during season 2 there was a lot of event cuts, a lot of pictures, a lot of battle motions, battle gimmicks, and a lot of storytelling through battle sequence through gimmicks. That was very impressive. Takeuchi says season 1 速攻工事で作っていたこともあって必要なものはその場で作っていくという今以上にライブ感の強い進行でした。So it's essentially saying that season 1 was definitely hands-on demand, on the go, on the spot. Whatever we needed, we made it on the dot. It was like a live, it felt like a live, in real time feelings, and we were continuing with that spirit onward. イベントカットに関しても、イラストレーさんはタイムーンシャー外の方がほとんどなので、こちらの無謀のスケジュールを抑えることはできません。だから確実にやってもらえるかわからない以上、イベントカットは基本的には入らない方向で制作していたんです。でも第一部終章でやっぱりどうしても必要なところには入れたいよねという話になり、第1部7章から少しずつ入れるようになったんです。そして第2部から必要なものは計画を立てて実行に前に用意しておくことにしました。必要を立ててしておくことに身をしてイラストレーさんとご協力でイベントカットとか用意を盛り込むようになりました。Alright, so yeah, essentially Takeuchi says season 1 was literally on the spot, on the go, almost like a live action slash in real time creation. But around the ending, around the end halfway point of season 1 and finale area, we really wanted to add these cut in schedules and battle gimmicks and etc. We really wanted to implement it. So little by little, while we were conversating, we started adding them starting from chapter 7, Babylonia. And when season 2, starting from season 2, we planned everything up necessary ahead and prepare it for when the time is needed. That required definitely Mr. Illustrators and helps in order to get the event cut pictures and motions necessary. And from there, we started to pile it on and pile it on and pile it on. FGO が面白いからこそイラストレーターの方法も高いモチベーションでイベントカットの制作を望んでいたのとは思います。I says, because FGO is so fun, I'm pretty sure high motivated illustrators created event cuts the way they wanted to, and the way it kind of became the norm is what I think, says the interviewer. Nasu says, we are having and we are borrowing and we are obtaining a character that was designed with their heart and soul and effort implemented in them. We wanted to make that, we wanted to do our very best to make it something wonderful. That's what we are thinking every time making things happen. I really hope that belief and that thought was able to quote unquote deliver is what I hope. Takeuchi says you're quite correct. Every time we get a new servant, the user base gets a large reaction out of it. And as an illustrator who created these characters, I think it's definitely worth their time, and I hope they get love and they feel the love towards them as well. でも僕は他にも理由があると思っていました。ナスキノコのことを言うクリエイターと一度仕事をすると分かっているんですが、自分がデザインしたキャラクターをすごく大切にしてくれていると強く感じるのですよ。ナスさんをはじめとする FGO のライター陣はかなり細かいところまでサーバントの設定を作り込んでから発注するので、デザインする側もその熱意に応えなければないという嫌が上にも気合が入るんですよ。So essentially, Takeuchi says every time a new servant gets created, user base gets a large reaction out of it, and I hope the illustrators be happy of how we made, and I hope the illustrator is satisfied with the quote-unquote character you see in front of them. It says, it says, but Takeuchi thinks there's other reasons to it simultaneously. Because if you're working with Nasu Kinoko as the creator, if you're working with him even once, you'll understand immediately that he will treasure your design and your character as much as he can and very valuably. And then you'll feel confident on your creation. It says, obviously, starting from Nasu, right? Starting from Nasu, a lot of the FGO writers have quite the detail when it comes to servant settings and as whatnot. And there's so many details creating these servants. The designer gets touched by their passion, and the passion burns to the artist, and it goes on and on to try to answer the passion's call. And so even sometimes you don't feel like it, when you read it, you get fired up because of its intensity.「確かにざっくりしたイメージだけを伝えてこんな感じでお願いしますということはしません。そのキャラクターのバックボーンや内面、イメージなどとも細かく的にお伝えした上で、こういうキャラクターなんですが、デザイン面であなたの才能を爆発させてくださいという形でお願いするのが僕らのやり方です。So NASA explains that it says I kind of give it a vague image and says I would like it like this. Wait. 確かにざっくりしたイメージだけ伝えてこんな感じでお願いしますということはしません。Okay. It says I don't go vague. For an example, says please do it somewhere like this. I will never do that. I want to make sure, understand, and explain the characters' backbones and their insides, their personalities, and their images, down to their details and examples. I want to tell everything. And then ask the artist, this is the character, but I want to use your talent to make these designs explode to your color. And that's what we always asked of them to do so, and that's how we do it. So it's essentially Nasu gives out really good instructions and tells them to do it in their own style. サーバントのデザインを誰に依頼するのかどのように決めているのですか? So the interviewer asks, when it comes to servant designs, who do you ask or what's the criteria on asking said servant? まずサーバントの設定を担当ライターと固めます。どんな英雄でどんな宝具を持っていてどういう見た目なのかをライターに一緒に集めていくうちになんとなくキャラクターの和縁と羅生が見えていくんですよ。そしてそのキャラクターをどなたにお願いしたらイメージに合うデザインにしていただけるのか、親和性の高そうな作家さんを探してお願いするという形ですね。言うなればまず配役をありきでイメージに合うキャストを探すのに近いですね。So, Taiuchi explains, first and foremost, we collab and concrete the servant settings by the quote-unquote the writer that's in charge of this character. What kind of hero are they? What kind of noble phantasm will they have? What will they look? And together with the writer, we kind of create like this basically detailed but not perfected silhouette-esque concreted character. And then afterwards, those characters, we talked to ourselves what kind of person we could ask to make the characters into our images and our designs. And what we do is we try to find the perfect affinity or try to find a artist or a writer or a person who is aptitude is the best for this type of image. It's almost as if you're trying to find a role and you're like casting a perfect role for this said character every time. And then Nasu goes, 最初のイメージした割りを合わせて素晴らしいデザインが上がってきたらそれはもう大喜びですね。でもたまに我々の想像の定めを上を行くデザインが来ることもがあって発明王なのになんで頭がライオンなの？でも超面白いからOK みたいなもともと もともとこちらが用意した設定には頭がライオンとは一切も書いていないのに、あのデザインが上がってきたから、あの強度は抜かされましたね。パコさんにどうしてエジソンの顔がライオンなんですかと聞いたら、わからないと言われましたよね。あは、そっか、書いた本人がわからないからしょうがないな。Damn, that's wild. And so, Nasu specifically says, it says, with all the first images and kind of the backbone details that we're given to, if a wonderful design gets created, then we are all happy and ecstatic. But sometimes these designs will go beyond even our fascinating imagination as well. So for an instance, the perfect example will be the Inventor King. For some odd reason, the man himself has a lion head. But it was pretty hilarious, so we gave it an okay sign. In our original design, there was not even a single mention of a head of a lion whatsoever in our details. But when the design came up, he had a head of a lion, and we were quite baffled by the balls Mr. Paco had in order to showcase it. And then Takeuchi says, we asked Paco, why does Edison's face have a lion face? And when we asked that specific question, Paco immediately answers, he doesn't know. Parentheses lol. And Nasu says, oh, I see. If the person who drew it truly doesn't understand it, then it can't be helped it, and we'll go with it. And the interviewer says, あのデザインを見て、あれがエジソンだと分かる人はいないと思いますよ。Haha. It says, I'm pretty sure looking at that design, I don't think a lot of people would have noticed that he was Thomas Edison. Parentheses, laugh. Then Nasu goes, でも実際のエジソンの証明書と見比べていると、ちょっと垂れたつぶらな瞳や感覚的にある口元なのが意外にもライオン頭のエジソンとそっくりなんですよ。ただインパクトを乗したのではなく FGO での設定を生まれた上で念理なリーチを重ねて生み出したデザインだったのでグーもクーも出せませんでした。It says in actuality, looking at Thomas Edison's portrait, the more comparison that you have, little by little, you'll notice his eyes and his pupils and the way he has his mouth set up. You start to kind of see a resemblance of a lion, and Thomas Edison's head kind of fit nicely for it. But I don't think they were looking for the reason why they did it was not for an impact effect. But it was with FGO settings that they've all created on his own. And it was a very reaching concept. And then the design was created. So to be perfectly honest, I had no words of disapproval or anything because it was just that fascinating. イラスター側でも自分なりにサーバントの元になった英雄や偉い人のことを調べているんですね。So it says even on the illustration side, a lot of even in the illustration side, they do their homework when it comes to the heroic spirits and the very important people that they are drawing as a servant. こちらから貴重な資源やサーバントとしての背景をお渡しするんですけど、こちらが驚かされるほどに深く調べてくださる方が多いんですよね。FGO という作品に関わる以上全力を尽くさなければいけないと自爆的にリサーチをしてデザインしてくださるんですよ。本当にありがたいです。So Nasu specifically goes, we give details and materials of the servants and giving backgrounds and necessity things that they want. But every time they have deep dived and deep researched and surprise us every time that the illustrators are willing to go forward. It seems that in order to involve themselves into FGO, they go further and beyond and utilize their full potential to explosively research their designs and to make sure that they create their phenomenal piece. To be perfectly honest, I am quite grateful every time. That's Nasu. And then Takeuchi goes, 僕自身もフェイスデーナイトの時から過去の英雄の姿をそのままイメージで描くのではなく、作家の独身のセンスや自由な発想をどれだけ乗せられるかの挑戦し続けていますよ。自分の中でイメージをくらませながら形にしていく程度は思いのほか楽しいですもの。Takeuchi says, I too do the same thing. During the time during Fate's Day night, whenever imaging the past heroic spirits and heroic beings, I didn't want to draw them just as the image portrayed of him in real life. I wanted to have sense. I wanted to have some images of unique personalities of drawing as a artist. I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to challenge myself of what kind of freedom and what kind of impressions and ideas can I include in these things. And I constantly fight to increase that status. It says, I constantly have an image in my head inside of myself and try to shape it and mold it to my own degree, yet still following the heroic, the past heroes' image is something that's very exciting as an artist to challenge to and tackle through. All right. How big is LB6 prompt? Okay, so it's just gonna be a whole fucking LB6 prompt, and then LB7 prompt, and then ordeal call, and quote unquote my daughter being grand because Nasu's a goat and goat knows goat, and quote unquote finishing the final chapters. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here for this video. Thank you guys so much for coming. Greatly appreciate it. More videos, keep it up. You'll see it. You'll pop it up. You'll see it in an hour. You'll see it daily. Who knows? Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I'll be live every day in Kick, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. Don't forget to hit like and comment and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Yeah, the reason why I ended it here is because the next segment is LB6, and that shit's gonna take a bit. So I just wanted to make sure that I ended this bit there in order to go on. But damn, Taco with the surprise lion head, huh? Okay. I think my body is ready for the next chapter. There's a lot of interviews. I'll probably have to stream on Monday as well, just because we got a big dick this. 絵の力に後押しされた第2部の6章の物語。アッさんが担当されていた第2部のシナリオについてお話しさせていただけると思います。アッさんはとしてこの章にどのような意気込みで含まれたのでしょうか。先ほどお話ししたデザイさんが精魂を込めてキャラクターを作っていたのならその物語で活動するから我々も尊敬みたいな。 だいぶ読書との最たるものだろう。好きのさんが SF 好きオタク少年として大好きなチョコさん、小説として大好きな小説家として大好きな花道さんという憧れの作家の2人が各キャラクターを同時に扱えることになってしまった。それに加えて自分の趣味な全開なバーゲストや自分の趣味全開なバーゲストやこういうかわいそうな子大好きというバーバンチーなどと僕が好きなものが全部集まってしまった。かつ自分がこれまで20年書いてきた円卓の騎士の話となったらこれはもうナスキノコの作品の生命をかけて挑む大修行になる。そしてそれがまた自分がやったこととない伊吹の非常劇を前編後編そして崩壊編を全部書くことに挑戦したんですよ。That is true. So apparently Burgess has all his fetish. Burgess has all Nasu's fetish. So he's a dog girl with maid outfit, large lady, muscle lady. What else?美しくもはかない物語が書かれており、FGO の全エピソードの中でも個人的に一番大好きな章になりましたね。ありがとうございます。自分としても終わってみたらいいものになったなと思いましたよ。She's a gentle girl, but stern as well. There you go. A lot of fucking reading, I ain't gonna lie. All right. We got ourselves more VOD. I think like VOD number 5. Hey, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. This we'll be talking about the quote-unquote 絵の力に後押しされた第2部の6章の物語 The Power of Art. Yeah, with the story that's been power pushed by the power of art. So the interviewer goes, Mr. Nasu, I heard that you were can we talk about some scenarios from season 2? From Mr. Nasu's perspective, what chapter did you think that you've put yourself the most in? And so Nasu answers, 先ほどもお話に上がりましたが、デザイナーさんの先行を込めてキャラクターを作っているなら、その物語で活躍する我々の気持ちになければなりません。He says, I've discussed this conversation before, but the character that the designers put their heart and soul and effort into, I wanted to make sure that those characters utilize themselves into the story as much as they can. And I wanted to answer that call and answer that challenge. Season 2, Chapter 6. Avalon Leifei was definitely my highest criteria. After all, it says, after all, I don't know if that's supposed to be Takeuchi. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Takeuchi answering, because Takeuchi is answering for Kinoko, or Kinoko is saying Kinoko's in the third person. I think that might be a quote-unquote bug there. Yeah, I think the person that's supposed to be answering this question should have been Takeuchi, but it could be just Nasu just putting Nasu in a third person. It don't matter. TLDR, during Avalon Leifei, he was able to collab with the quote-unquote Nasu Kinoko's favorite sci-fi otaku shonen, sci-fi otaku boy, Choco, right? Sci-fi otaku boy, Choco, and then the quote-unquote famous short story, Haneu Michika-san. There's Choco and then Chika-san. Those two were those two are essentially writers that Nasu really admired and respected. And they were in charge of drawing a character. And Nasu was able to wield them to his will for LB6. On top of that, so I'm pretty sure this is Takeuchi talking, but at the same time, it could be Nasu as well. But at the same time, it says my favorite likings, right? AKA my favorite hobbies, fetish. It's technically not fetish. It's not supposed to sound weird, but this person specifically saying is that my favorite characteristics on a person, full throttle Burgess, and a girl, I wanted a girl that's so pitiful and sad, Banshee, right? こういうかわいそうな子大好きという Banshee. So yeah, it's essentially his full fetish, full-blown Burgess, and simultaneously that girl that's kind of pitiful and sad story, Banshee. It says everybody and everything that I like has been gathered through. To be perfectly honest, on top of that, it is the quote-unquote conversation of a Knights of the Round Table that I wrote 20 年書いてきた, for 20 years. これはもうナスキノコの生命をかけて挑む大業になる. I'm pretty sure this is Takeuchi talking. But it says Nasu, which I think it'd just be a bug. I think it's just a editing mistake. It's all good. But either way, I'm always assuming Nasu and Takeuchi is both fetish boys and girls. So it says, Nasu Kinoko as a writer, right? As a writer, as a storyteller, it was going to be sacrificing his own life to create this amazing abundance, the great work. And simultaneously, それまで自分がやったことはない. He was about to challenge on a 3-part story forefront of beginning, end, and a crumple, right? Destruction / eradication / destruction art. It was the surprising tragedy tales of amazing story that he was going to do for the first time, and he wanted to try that, and he did it. Pretty sure this is Takeuchi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Takeuchi because he said this is what I draw, right? Draw to challenge. I'm pretty sure this entire thing is Takeuchi, and Takeuchi like Burgess and sad pitiful girl Banshee. I could be Nasu, but anywho, moving on. Interviewer asks, Season 2, Chapter 6, Avalon Leifei はとても次第に美しいも儚い物語が書かれており、yeah, it was so beautiful yet so heart-fleeting. Simultaneously, in my honest opinion, as an FGO all-time story, it's personally my favorite for sure. And then Nasu goes, thank you very much. To be honest with you, now that everything is over, I'm really glad that it ended. I'm really glad that it turned out the way it was. It says, however, whenever I was crafting the scenario and writing it down, during the crafting phase, every day was unstable and afraid. And the schedule-wise, it was super tight deadline. 1週間書き溜めたものを毎週シナリオライター陣に送って感想をもらう監修アバロン状態で進行していました。It says your schedule was so cramped and tight to the point that every week I've wrote everything I could and sent it to the scenario writer each week to get their ideas, their feelings, their thought process, and what did they think about it. It was like a weekly Avalon situation where it's essentially it's like a manga, right? Like every week we get a like a chapter per chapter. Essentially saying that LB6 was like a chapter weekly report from Nasu of trying to bust out as much story as I can. 制作中は精神的にもものすごくきつかったし、身体を壊してしまったけれど、自分一人の力では達成できないところへ行けた感じがします。I says during the constructions and creation of LB6, mentally it was very rough on me, and physically I actually broke my body. By the way, I think during this time Nasu did go to the hospital. But I definitely feel like I reached the realm where I couldn't do it by myself, in my honest opinion. The people that I admire created a wonderful characters. 出すために頑張ってください. It says, yeah, the wonderful people that I admired created such a wonderful characters, and they did their very best to do their own. I wanted to make sure that my their feelings were answered. ために限界以上の力を出せたのはとむずい経験でした。It's the fact that I was able to produce more over my usual limit strength was definitely a difficult experience, but a learning step nonetheless. ただもう一回同じことをやれと言われてももうできません。It says, however, if I get told to do the same thing, if I were told to replicate the process one more time, I'm going to straight up tell you I can't. Not anymore, no more. このショーのキーパーソンであるアルトリア・キャスターをデザインするにあって、竹内さんにも気思いがあったのでは。いえ、実はアルキャスのデザインは第6の前に上がっていたんですよ。デザインによってシナリオが変わるキャラを告げるなら、先頭はアルキャスかな。実は最初のプロップとジントでは、オズの魔法使いをやろうとしていた。田舎娘のアルキャスと伊勢部の旅する予定でしたね。そしたら竹内くんがアルキャスにはこういう可愛い服を着せたいと第2段階のデザイン案を持ってきて、いや、アルキャスは田舎の娘だったでしょと言ったら、いや、可愛い服がいいと言って譲らなくて、さらには第3デザインの案を持ってきて、最後にはこの究極のアルトリアになるんだと言って、正直何を言ってんだこの人はとしか思いませんでしたね。またいつものやつが始まったなと、はは。Wow! What the fuck? That's insane! So it's essentially in this chapter, the key person was Artoria Caster. When it comes to designing that, did Takeuchi, did you have some burdens, or did you have something in, did you have some burden as well as or struggles in order to come to this conclusion? Takeuchi says, no, to be perfectly honest, our cast, aka Artoria Caster design was already created and done before LB6 was even in written progress. Nasu specifically says, due to the design, scenario changed character. To be perfectly honest, Artoria Caster takes the plate. In all honesty, the very first plot of this LB6 was only going to be the Wizard of Oz and the Magic User. It's essentially Nasu wanted to do Wizard of Oz. And we wanted to have a country bumpkin Artoria Caster and journey through the Lost Belt. That was the very first plan we had. Then Mr. Takeuchi says, Artoria Caster should wear this clothes because it's cute. And show us the idea for the second Ascension design. I told Takeuchi that, come on now, Artoria Caster is a country bumpkin girl. Do you remember? But then he replies to me, no. I want her to wear cute clothes. And he never backed down. Simultaneously, out of buttfuck nowhere, he proposed me a third Ascension design and says, the very end, we're going to have a super extreme, superior, supreme Artoria like this. To be perfectly honest, I was thinking to myself, what the hell is this guy saying? But I just thought to myself, there he goes again. またいつものやつが始まったな。Yeah, there he goes again, and here it goes. Parentheses laugh. Takeuchi literally just laughs. Bruh, my boy literally, his answer to Nasu's comment is lol. My dude did not retort. Nasu said, LB6 is Takeuchi's fault. And Takeuchi goes, lol.第2と第3は竹内くんのデザインを使用することで、第1だけは地味な歌舞伎になってしてもらって、そこから第2の第3が変わっていく程度の考えた結果、it says, yeah, during the Ascension 2 and 3, we went with Takeuchi's design. We made sure that the first Ascension was a plain old country bumpkin girl. And from there, we're gonna have to figure out a way to get from there, we needed to figure out a way to get Ascension 2 and Ascension 3. And when coming up with the plot line, it resulted in changing the entire prop of Wizard of Oz entirely. Yeah, Oz no Mahotsukaiからプロットを Yeah, I had to change the prop from Wizard of Oz completely. 3人の妖精騎士たちもそれぞれの特別な存在感を張っていました。まず、バーバンチーはどんなキャラクターを目指して作っていたのでしょうか? So the interviewer asked, the three fairy knights had quite the special and unique existence throughout the entire Lost Belt. Can we first know about Babanchi? Babon Sith. What about her? What kind of character were you trying to achieve with that girl? Takeuchi goes, 最初にナスからバーバンチーは強くてエグい子、好かれる要素が全くないキャラにしたいと言われました。どなたにお願いしたらエグさと可愛さを両方できるかあれこれ候補を考えたのです。が最終的にお願いしたのが月の計算でしたね。月の計算はゲッツさんは可愛らしくて主なキャラクターを描かれることが多かったのか、最初はエグさの部分を出すのに苦労されたようです。不慣れたものを描かせてしまっているなという罪悪感を感じました。でも最終的に実に素晴らしいキャラクターをにしていただけたんでしょう。So yeah, essentially Bab and Chi, right? First, Nasu gave me a description of Bab and Sith. Bab and Sith was a very powerful but yet grotesque girl. Or like, yeah, very grotesque or a little unsettling girl. Egui, right? Egui. I suppose another word for egui would be nasty, like dirty or gross. She does not have any material or does not have any flavor. wanted to be that character is strong and nasty or gross or dirty, right? And that was the very first idea that was given to her. We needed to figure out an artist that can both utilize the cuteness and its nastiness of like cruelty wise. We needed to come up with a plan. In the very end, we asked Mr. Goetsuke-san. We knew that when it comes to drawing cute characters and meticulous type of characters, they're very used to that. And I'm pretty sure that the beginning of the drawing stage, showing the scary side, the quote-unquote dirty side, the bully side, right? Like nasty, gross. A bully is a very good word, yeah. To kind of show its cruel side, right? It was, this person definitely struggled for certain. And Nasu goes, we certainly asked for something that the artist was not used to. And we first felt very guilty about it. However, at the very end, the artist was able to pull such a phenomenal character that it was, we were glad to choose this person as the candidate. It says Babanchi now looks, it looks scary and has a foul mouth and a very, very bully and cruel kind of girl. But because it is the artist's design, there's a unhidden motivation of cuteness, but simultaneously a light happiness, a little added to it. And that fits so well within the story plot line that I think it became a lovable character for a lot of users. It says within the story, her location and how she was treated and her design format, I think, interestingly enough, created a scientific reaction that made her the way she is today. Oh, the interviewer asked one of the important questions. By the way, Banshee's third ascension. What is that exactly? Nasu answers, that is Babon Sith's actual form. Morgan gave the name Fairy Knight Tristan and gave the protection. And that is the reason why she is able to stay the way she is on the first ascension. However, if the protection is deactivated, she returns back to a living corpse once more. And that's the situation she is in. It says, oh, I see. That was the case. Yeah, it was ever since the third ascension's arrival, it was a question I had in my head, and I'm glad that I was able to solve it by asking you this question. Nasu answers, by the way, Artoria Caster and Banshee Sith was supposed to be a rival character, and in the quote-unquote, both of them have the Alice in the Wonderland motif of Alice. Artoria Caster has the swimsuit ascension, which you can see that side on the second ascension on the summer. そしてアリス同様、アルキャスとバーンバーチーの両名は制作中で深い穴に落ちることになるんですよ。一度落ちてしまったらもう戻れない。第6章の書くの自分に体力と余裕があったらバンチーのことをもう少し深く書きたかったですね。It's simultaneously and just like Alice in the Wonderland's Alice, Artoria Castor and Babon Sith, both of them would fall into a deep hole to an extent. And it's a hole that once you fell in, you can never come back. During my LB6 writing days, if I had more time and stamina, when I had more time and stamina, I would have liked to write a little bit more about Banshee, and in order to deepen her lore, to be honest with you. Burgess design. She had quite the impact for certain. そもそも、西暦騎士の3名の女の子にするのには、竹内くんの剣がきっかけなんですよ。第1部が終わった頃に、円卓の騎士も女の子にしようと言い始めて、また始まったよこれ男と思ったんですが、異世界ロストベルトのサーバントたちがという理由で女の子にするは安定すぎたんですよ。でも円卓とは縁もゆかりもない女の子が精霊騎士として彼らの名前をかぶっているという形ならありだなと思いました。それでスマートで恐ろしい美少女のトリスタン、かわいそうなお得意女性のランスロット、可憐な男気騎士ランスロット、そしてガウェインは元が体格がいい正統派の騎士であるのを両派を通してマッシブ正々堂々としているけど中身は品位であるようにしてようとしている。そしてデザイナーの方向として思いついたのはメロン22-3でした。メロン22-3はにバーゲストを設定とともにあなたが一番好きな女子騎士のデザインを書いてくださいとお願いしたところ、こちらの予想以上にいろいろとでっかいデザインが上がってきたんですよ。OK so why Burgess? First and foremost, the Fairy Knights, the three girls, the three Fairy Knights becoming the girl candidate was once again Takeuchi's idea. Came out of nowhere. When I finished part 1 of the story, this man comes up to me and says, "Hey, we should make the Knights of the Round Tables girls as well." And I said, not this shit again. This man, unbelievable, is what I've thought at first. However, because they are a Lost Belt servants, it was so easily and logically possible to make them into girls. It was so simple. But how were we able to utilize the name and the tie-in to Knights of the Round Table? They were girls that had no connection to them. And so I came up with a plan of utilizing the name Fairy Knights and using both of those names combined to self-proclaim themselves as the Knights of the Round Tables, utilizing the concept of the Fairy Knights. And that's the reason why they became the way they are. And we wanted the smart yet so it came up with the smart but cruel and scary Tristan, simultaneously elegantly made elegantly manly clothed Knights of Lancelot. And last but not least, Gawain was going to be the body structure was great. So the Gawain was going to be more of a honest and straightforward edge knight. And that's what we created, and we mashed a lot of things together. But while she is massive on the in the outer appearance, but on the inside, she was going to be a refined, scared, yet very complicated maiden. And we had a candidate for the design, and that was Mr. Medon22. Mr. Medon22, when I gave Burgess his settings, I specifically told him, I want you to write your favorite female knight design to your best of your abilities. And when we asked that request, an unprecedented, beyond the imagination design such as that came out of the oven. So the interviewer asked, when it comes to Melisand's design, Mr. Nasu, you were a very fan of Mr. Choco from the very beginning, before even all this happened, correct? And I heard Choco had quite the hand in this. What did you do to make Melisand the way Melisand? Melisand was a fairy knight. That was one of her roles, and simultaneously one more very important Tight Moon legendary miracle phenomenon story. She was going to set up a very valuable role. She was going to be Albion. 信頼より前から生き続けてたブリテンの最強の竜を具現化するにははちゃめちゃに苦悩度が高いのことですが、その点も含めてチョコさんに発注しました。他のサーベントと違い SF な的な存在であり、竜という戦闘機であること、常に凡人類であるランソロットの予想を持ち、フランス人の形のような繊細発作を持つことにした。そして失恋の蜜らに自爆するように絶滅的な絶世の美少女であること。チョコさんならこれを全てのオーダーに応えてくるはずだと信じていました。その結果は言うまでもありませんね。夢を見たチョコレートショップデザインのヒロインをいただけて、ただでさえ大きかった第6のプレッシャーが倍になりました。So it's essentially, interviewer asked, when it comes to Melisand design, you were a very big fan of Mr. Choco before anything. What kind of directions did you give Melisand as a character to create this character? So Nasu asked, Melisand is a fairy knight, but simultaneously I wanted to add a very additional role. Another fundamental, a Tight Moon importance of a legacy when it comes to important settings. Very valuable. She was going to be Albion. It was an existence. It was a Britain's strongest dragon that existed before the ages of the gods. Which fucking right here, boys, that literally canonifies it. Right here. Nasu has canonified a certain term. So therefore, before Ages of the Gods, the Earth was ran by Ages of the Dragons. That is now an official confirmation, chat. Lock that shit down. That is a true fact from the word of Nasu. So if you guys didn't know, in technicality, you could have proven this point with LB7 because LB7 in technicality canonified and kind of gave you the additional information that before the ages of the gods, there were Dinos, right? Dinos are dragons and dragons are snakes and snakes are dragons and etc. etc. Kind of indicated that technically dragons existed before the god era came in. So LB7 was technically the story canonified version of that ages of the dragon existed before the ages of the gods. But I needed an additional information to kind of prove that point to be true. Because while it is canonified to be a possibility, it was still a lost belt. So there was still a factor that's saying, oh, it's just an alternative timeline, right? Because LB7 is not a real, quote unquote, I can't utilize that as hard evidence. But here, Nasu literally himself just stated, Albion is literally a fucking creature, right? A dragon that existed before the ages of the gods, right? Before the ages of the gods, which is a very important sentence to have here. So ages of dragons will be our ages of dinosaurs. That is correct, because dinosaurs are technically dragons. That's been proven ever since Requiem, but LB7 hard stamped that as a possibility. Also, snakes are dragons. Dragons are snakes. That's also important. That's a really good big W for us, chat. Big fucking W. We knew that already, but it's just nice to see Nasu talks about it. So moving on. Sorry, I got a little distracted. It says, yeah, Albion, before the ages of gods, he was there continuing to live. He was the strongest Briton dragon. In order to quote unquote humanoid or personify or create a character such as that, right? Incarnation was definitely on the hardest difficulty. But knowing that difficulty and its complexity, right? Complexity, I stepped forward and asked Mr. Choco to do the order. It says Hokano-sa, yeah, compared to the servants, she is a bit different. Compared to the servants, she is a bit different. She's got a sci-fi like existence, and simultaneously, she is a fighter jet like a dragon. And she also has the she also has the refinery of the proper human history of Lancelot as within its within herself. Simultaneously has a slender figure like a French doll. And on top of that, she would self-destruct herself in the pursuit of a love that never fruition. And it was supposed to be a very beautiful young girl. As you can see, Mr. Choco has collected all the order elements and answered our call. And I believed it from the very beginning. I don't have to tell you the results after all. The long-awaited dream idea of chocolate shop design heroine. Chocolate shop design heroine. I was able to custom order from my from a artist I'm a very big fan of. The pressure of LB6 grew at least twice as much. Lol. By the way, Albion is the same ages of the planet. That's correct. Which therefore, this also can quote if you want to pull bullshit right now, all we need to do is summon a dragon or someone who has a dragon core. Oh shit. Now, 本章の登場キャラクターというオベロンの異常にも印象深く存在でしたね。And simultaneously, the interviewer asked, when it comes to the main story, characters that showed up, Oberon was somebody very impressionable indeed. Nasu goes, オベロンに関しては、浜宮さんがこちら求めていたキャラクター像を200点の形で返してくれましたね。先ほど作家さんたちの熱量がすごいというお話がありましたが、とりわけオベロンのデザインをしてくれた羽宮さんの熱唱は凄まじくて、彼女のおかげで虫が大の苦手でいらっしゃるのに、牛の図鑑を読んで想像する、速攻する、操作するところから勉強始まりまして、と聞き、一人のキャラクターを描くのに、大忙しなさんはそこまでしていただけるのかと驚きました。そしたらラフスケッチが何枚も送られてきたんですが、その段階ですでにもう何も言われる色気をまとったオベロンが書かれていて、こんなすごいキャラクターを預かられるには、こちらにも全力全開でシナリオに挑まなければいけないと、海谷さんにだけではなく、このショーに関わってくれた作家さんの陣や絵の力に後押しされたからこそ、自分も限界以上の力を出せたのです。So, interviewer asked, Oberon was very impressionable too. And Nasu goes, when it comes to Oberon, the artist went further and beyond than our characters' descriptions and our thought process. We expected 100%. She gave us 200%. When I said before on the interview, the passion of the artists and the creators were very powerful, I am not joking. And this is definitely one of the fine examples. The Oberon's design. Please understand that her passion to create such character was immense beyond measure. Because before the creation of Oberon, the artist did not like bugs. They despised bugs and had a phobia of bugs. However, she started pulling out encyclopedias and records and pictures of bugs and started reading them and started to understand their biological structure. And they started from close-up pictures to detailed body parts and started learning how to make this character. And the fact that in order to create a single character, I do not believe that the artist will go this far to create such amazing result. I was surprised. And simultaneously, when the rough sketches were arrived, multiple pages, we've already knew that even during the rough stage, the Oberon that we knew has changed completely. And Oberon was being drawn with imaginations beyond our expectations. And because of that, I and the others were super fired up to the fullest extreme, and we needed to tackle the scenario with every single effort we got. And not only just for the artist who created Oberon, but every artist and everybody that worked on this entire chapter together. I needed to make sure that every artist's art, because of every artist that's working on the LB6's art, pushed me further and beyond and pushed myself to the limit beyond that I could ever imagine. And because of their amazing artwork and their passion, I was able to go further and beyond my expectations as well. Let's see. 竹内、第6章はメインキャラではなく、私はコアンキャラデザイナーとなった。お願いするか、もう吐く。 爆ハマったなという手応えがありましたね。特にオーロラを書いてくださった TAA さんは、我ながら絶妙なチョイスでした。見た目は完璧な聖女だけど、物語の中で最悪、最強、悪条例であるオローラを TAA さんにお願いしたら、迫力的に何倍にも上げられるよという確信がありました。オーロラは誰が見ても一目でメルヘンにファンタジーを感じさせる存在にしてほしかったんですよ。そしたら竹内くんからオーロラは TAA さんにお願いしようと思ってと聞いて、それは最高ですね。これで心気なくどぎつい一面をかけると思いました。Damn, son. So Takeuchi specifically says, when it comes to LB6, main character was not all the efforts that we were able to focus on as well, but especially the sub-character design as well. Since we were going full throttle on LB6, we kind of got onto the fire roll, and that we wanted to make sure that even sub characters were on fire and on point. And because of that, we definitely got into the hang of it and got this steam to move forward. Especially TAA, aka the artist who made Aurora. Phenomenal job. It was very fine choice, and glad that we were able to use this artist for the Aurora. In a first glance, she is a perfect saint-like character, but as the story goes, you'll understand that she's the worst of the worst lady of them all. The fact that we were able to ask Aurora to be drawn by the artist that is in charge of her was phenomenal. And the sheer fact that we knew for a certain the explosive maneuver that we could pull was guaranteed when the final rendition was complete. So Nasu specifically says Aurora, right? Aurora definitely looks, even for a single glance, a very melancholic, very fantasy-like, very a floaty kind of fantasy and folklore style in existence, and I wanted her to be that way. And then next thing you know, Takeuchi said, I got this covered. We're going to make TAA draw Aurora. And I was quite surprised. And because I was so surprised, I knew for a fact it would have been a fantastic result. And because of that, I was able to write out a script of how destructive she could be at the right moment. And that concludes LB6 conversation. From here on out, it's going to be the prop difference that pointed out a new direction of LB7. That will be on another video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure you hit that like button, comment, subscribe, follow me on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. I'll be streaming every day at 11 a.m. on that MST. Thank you guys so much for watching. Greatly appreciate it. If you guys are still here, give it a like, give it a sub, give me a comment. I'll answer whenever I can. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming. Greatly appreciate it. Peace. Damn, this section was fucking long. Oh my lordy loo. That was all LB6 talk too, so that was wild. I gotta pee. So let me go pee. And while I'm peeing, let me put this video in a blender real quick. Alright, I'll be right back. From there, we're going to be talking about LB7. I think we got about a page left, and we got about an ordeal call. So we got 2 to 3 more pages left, chat. Let's do this. I gotta pee. I'll be back. It's so lit. I'm like, my brain be frying. By the way, the artists that you are hearing, right? Like Choco, Umina, Hane Umiya-san, like everybody, LB6 artists and LB7 artists are like everybody, every single one of them are fucking legends, by the way. They are legends. Like in the Japanese story universe and art universe, they are legendary people. That's why it was just so epic to hear it for the first time. That it was created by Choco. It was created by Aneumi. And on top of that, we're going to be talking about Tezuka Toripoka, who is created by Tajima. Okay, I think I'm ready. Hope I'm not lagging. Oh. My phone says go to bed, silly bitch. I am finishing till 2 interviews are over. And I'm not even done with one. All right, starting LB7. All right, not sure how long this is going to be, but it is part what, 6 or 7, but we're going to be talking about LB7, okay? So the next title is The Plot. Large directional shift at LB7. The interviewer asked, continuing forward, season 2, chapter 7, Naoi Mikitora, right? It says, yeah, the fact that Mr. Nasser, you are in charge of writing this story as well, everybody had pay attention and got their eyes on. The sheer fact that the last but not least, the battle with ORT, the fact that we had to battle an ORT, that entire sequence was definitely, as a Ancient Type Moon fan, was a big surprise and a big, it was a big surprise and a big reveal. And Nasu answers, I was planning to show off or showcase ORT in FGO. That was for a certain. And I was thinking about it from day one. 第1部でやりたいことはほぼ全て出し尽くしていましたが、第2部の挑戦の練っている時に、第7で ORT 出せば6を上回る最強の敵になるだろうと思ったのです。 It says, yeah, during season 1, I did what I wanted to do. But in season 2, I wanted to complicate things and make fun and exciting and things that will overwhelm one another. So a thought came into my mind. In LB7, if I bring ORT, it would override LB6's intensity. And bringing out the largest enemy, every audience would be for a surprise. It says, but after LB6 was completed, the story unfolding to that extent was so immense that I genuinely thought bringing out ORT willy-nilly would not be satisfactory, and I could not do such cheap cop-out steak. While I was thinking in a dilemma of how I could solve this problem, I was writing the LB6 script still to this day, and when it came to the character design for LB7 candidates, I was talking to Mr. Takeuchi as always, and then he started blabbing, we should get another legendary artist to draw Tezuka Toripoka as a designer. What do you think? And it says, oh my goodness, bringing the legend to create Oberon, and now we're bringing another art legend to do Tezuka Toripoka? I cannot believe Takeuchi, right, this man, would always talk about a dream tale that will not come true. Is what I thought in my head. And then Takeuchi's like, oh, no, I was super serious at that time too. I was not joking around. So, the interviewer asked, Tezuka Toripoka's design was created by one of the legendary artists in Japan. Where on earth did that idea come from in the first place? How did that come into fruition? So back in the day, the legendary artist and I had some connections. Just due to the fact that we met each other during Fate 15th Anniversary Museum. Ever since then, I always wanted to recontact with him to ask him if he would like to do drawing for us. And then Nasu stated that he wanted to draw Tezuka Toripoka into his story of LB7, and so when I heard that from before, in my image, I had something in mind, but I had a thought come across on my mind, specifically says, why don't we let the legendary artist, I'm pretty sure he and Tezuka Toripoka would have a really nice synergy together. And I asked Nasu about this question, and then he looked at me like I was insane and needed to be locked up. Parentheses, lol.田島浩さんといえば我々の世代のオタクにとしてはレジェンドなんですよ。だからデザインしたキャラクターを預かれると考えただけでとんでもないプレッシャーを感じてしまって、でもお受けいただけることになった以上はこちらも気合を入れ直して挑まなければないと思って改めてテスカトリバカの原稿と原資料を調べたんです。そしたら思っていた以上に面白い風景がある神様であることが分かった。最初は歩合のいい悪役として考えていたけど、テスカトリポがそんな天気で収まる存在ではなかったみたいです。そしてテスカトリポカを心中するアズテカの文明自体が異常に興味深く、そこからインスピレーションを得て、第6章とは全くな方向が違う電気冒険も物をやることにしたんですよ。マヤ、アステカ文章の地、倉庫や巨大竜の絶滅集とかのことに、さらに地球の大空洞説などと、どんどん面白い要素がごってん柄になって盛り上がっていきましたね。So Nasu specifically says, if you guys don't know who the artist of Tezuka Toripoka is, that in Nasu's generation, he, as an otaku, he was the legend. And so the sheer fact that we're about to ask a legendary artist to design a character for FGO, and we're going to be in charge of it, gave a tremendous amount of pressure, and I felt it. But if I am going to be receiving such character, I needed to readjust my evaluations and get myself locked in and reanalyzed and recollected Tezuka Toripoka's materials. When I started doing that once more, Tezuka Toripoka had a very interesting background as a story, and even as a god. I really just wanted to use Tezuka Toripoka as a easy, convenient villain at the very first get-go. But the more I researched, it seems that Tezuka Toripoka was not a character that would just be a bad guy and just be done with. And the quote-unquote, the Aztecian civilization gave me an interesting, irregular curiosity that worshipped Tezuka Toripoka. And from there, I kept getting inspiration after inspiration and went completely different direction than LB6. An adventure type. Adventure type of crazy legend is what I've decided to do. A Maya Azteca civilization with thought process and next level dinosaurs and extinction level sequences. And on top of that, the hollow earth theory come into fruition. A lot of different materials and capabilities came through my head and created such an abundant story that is now LB7. The interviewer asked, what kind of character was Tezuka Toripoka was supposed to be at first? Nasu specifically says Tezuka Toripoka was definitely a war abiding god, right? Essentially, it is a war. It is a god that wanted war, but it definitely praised itself in war. And so we were at first thinking of him wearing a business suit in a modern Fu outfit. We were thinking of him that he was going to be a weapons dealer, as an atmospheric person who deals the wars, who deals death, who deals the damage, who deals the chaos. That was our very first. Image-wise, we kind of had Road of War. And that... we were thinking of Road of War Nicolas Cage style. That was him at first. And then the interviewer says, in actuality, the design of business suit and kind of off the like professional, its setting is completely different than its norm, isn't it? And so Takeuchi says, when it comes to bishito, right, aka having an aura, whether it's sharp, right, whether it's sharp or looking sharp, that wasn't the important part of things. It needed to have a mysterious aura, an atmosphere that sharp tension. We needed a unique character that was very important with many multiple unique traits about them, and we knew for a fact that that was going to be the case. その意地では最初から手ごわいはものすごいありましたね。It says when it comes to that first process, we made this character as interesting as possible and very thick layered in lore and mystery. I'm pretty sure within FGO, he's definitely one of these, like, has its own unique charm for certain as a character. 第2部6章のキャラクターはなかなかも美しい物語の中で輝いているというか、例えばオベロンの話の年末に彼の物語があまりにも綺麗に導いているからあまり軽々しく扱えない。一方テスカトリポカの物語は具体的に収まっていないように感じました。作中ではあまりの自身のことを語っていないこともあってキャラクター線にとても伸びしろがあった。だから限定イベントにもなどに少し出てくるだけで新しい魅力がどんなにぶつかるし、どこにでもひょいっと顔を出しそうな身軽さがありますよ。よね。It says, yeah, it's definitely a character that has its own selfish charm for certain. Like for instance, LB6 characters definitely had their beautiful story arc within their own story, and they shine so brightly on their own. Like for instance, Oberon. オベロンは物語の象徴と彼の物語があまりにも綺麗に導いてるからあまり軽々しく扱えられない。It says, yeah, the quote unquote, like for an example, Oberon's story and the Oberon's ending, and his story and Oberon's tale and the LB6's tale conjuncture so beautifully well that we can't willy-nilly throw him everywhere if he wants to. However, Tezuka Toriboka's story is not all concreted as his or essentially detailed. It says even within creating this character and even during LB7's story, he never really talked about himself a lot. And as a unique character, he definitely had room to grow or to expand. And so that's why he was able to slide into the limited events no problem. And just by him showing up, you'll see a new aspect of him, a new charm that you can find. And the quote unquote, the attitude that he has definitely feels like he'll be able to come into place wherever he wants to. Is Tezuka Toripoka. It says, that is for certain. For sure, Nasu answers. Like, for instance, during the summer festival, he was at a stall. Whenever you're checking out a stall, he was definitely being a shopkeeper and selling items. And you interject with, why is Pokaniki, aka Tezuka Toripoka, here of all places? That was a funny sequence of an event that did happen, didn't it? Parentheses, lol. And Takeuchi goes, the fact that Pokaniki has a nice name and a ring and a title to it. It's very endearing. Completely different from Oberon's impressionable character. And I'm really glad that he became impressionable just like Oberon has in his own degree. Simultaneously, during Dojinshi, you'll meet him out of nowhere during the NA event, right? And then another drawing written for Fate this year's festival. The fact that we're able to see different aspects of Tezuka Toripoka, we could definitely see his characteristics shine more and more. It says, to a fan, he really knows how to service them. 第7章に敵として登場したカマソッソはテスカトリバトと負けずおらず存在感。カマソッソはマヤ文明において恐れられているコウモリの悪神ですね。邪神。マヤの文明ではジャガーイコールテスカトリポカの神秘なものとして秘められている一方、コウモリイコールカマソッソで恐怖の上昇と考えられていました。そのため第7ではカマソッソを強力なトリックスターとして扱って物語を書き回してもらおうと思ったんです。でも うさぎやローさんが上げてくれたさったカマソッソのデザインを見た瞬間、めちゃくちゃかっこいい。これこそまさに ORT を倒した勇者王。ORT 倒したのこの人と自分の発想に自分が驚いたのです。Damn, he went from a mid boss to a fucking beast is insane just because of his aura. So, talking about LB7, the Kamasoso came in as our enemy. He definitely had an existence that was very impressionable, very close to Tezuka Toripuka as well. Kamasoso in the Mayan civilization, he's supposed to be showcasing the quote-unquote evil deity, right? The evil god that represents a bat. In the Mayan civilization, Jagger equals Tezuka Toripuka. Jaga equals Tezuka Toripuka and is a holy and sacred thing. And to be praised and worshipped upon, while bats, right? Bats equal Kamasoso is a statue or a symbol of something to be afraid of, is what the thought process was. And so in LB7, I wanted Kamasoso at first to be a very powerful trickster. And I was kind of treating him like a trickster, no problem, to kind of swirl up the story really nicely. But then again, the artist of Kamasoso came up with an idea of this character. And when I saw the Kamasosos for the first time, I thought to myself, and I was even quite surprised what came through my head. And it was the following words. It says, he looks really amazing. As this design is exactly the hero king that defeated ORT. Dots. What? He was able to defeat ORT? The sheer fact of my own thought process came to that conclusion surprised me so greatly as well. And then Takeuchi answered. Kamasoso, at very first, he was supposed to be a mid-boss level character. That's what I've heard before. And with that confirmation at hand, we gave them the design and we sent a go. And then next thing we know, he definitely became a character and an existent that does not fit that mid-boss character anymore. And then Nasu goes, ただの中ボスとして登場させるなら、結局はテスカトリバカの下で、不穏する存在になってしまう。He says, if we were to give this character, Kamasoso, a mid-boss treatment, then in the very end, he's going to be only living under Tezuka Toripuka's shadow, and it'll be a waste. But such an immense existent feeling, such a like reality felt character. I want to make sure that he, Kamasoso, wanted to be as equal to Tezuka Toripuka, or else things are not going to fish or get the readers excited in the right way. And so simultaneously, with the addition of a impulsive thought of the existence that defeated ORT, Kamasoso became from a mid-boss to one of the pillars of humanity's evil. And he ranked up. So the interviewer says, Kamasoso was also a character design. Due to its immense character design, scenario has shifted quite drastically, correct? Nasu answered. LB7 was definitely a lost belt that whenever we were gathering materials and characters and designs in order to create the story, each individual new character design came in as a new ingredient. So I always thought to myself, what kind of ingredients can I use to cook? And if I was going to use this material, I want to cook it like this. And as a chef, I rolled up my sleeves, and in an interesting way, I believe LB7 was the most modified lost belt compared to the beginning prop that we had from the very get-go. 第7章では第2部のラスボスだと思われた異世界の異星の神ユー・オルガマニーの登場したのも印象深いですね。As simultaneously during the Lost Belt 7, the last boss that we thought the foreign planet god Yu Olga Murray came in was very impressionable as well. And Nasu answers, Yu Olga Murray, Yu Olga Murray during LB7 to be friendly was already in a plot process that was already notified from the very get-go. Notifying the horror and the end of Lost Belt 5. It was a shocking factor to create a where she comically joins in the band. Joins in the band and have fun. That was within our original calculation as well. 知り合い柄なんだあの展開はとというツッコミを受けましたが、まあ待て、あのギャグみたいなシーンが新しくかっついていくからと2人にやりとしながら返しておきました。It says, one of my friends started playing, and his reaction is, "What the hell was this? What the hell is this turn of events?" And hit me with the quote-unquote jab of, like counteract. But we smiled. We smiled at him and says, "Just wait. Those gagging moments, the gagging moment scenes, those fun little go happy scenes will later on be very useful." And we just said that and just smiled and asked another question. まさかユーオルガマリーになってあんな結末が迎えるとは思いませんでしたね。一緒に戦うわよと言ってももうどうせテキスト上だけでしょうと思わせておいて、ちゃんとバトルキャラも用意して活動させました。開発スタッフに中ボスとしても登場させるし、オルガマリークエストでも土佐回りさせるから無理にはなりませんとバトルキャラとモーションを用意してもらったのです。So the interviewer goes, I can't believe you, Olga Murray, became friends. I did not expect the turn of events to turn out exactly the way LB7 went. A lot of people thought to themselves, I'll fight together with you. And when they read that the first time, they thought to themselves it was just over text. But we wanted to make sure that battle characters and she was fully functioning and ready. The development staff complained at first, but we specifically told the staff that we need Olga Murray's model due to the fact that we're going to utilize her as a mid-boss. And simultaneously, we have Olga Murray quests in the backline. And we're going to be utilizing this model to quite the extent. So it's not going to be wasted just for LB7. And that is why the battle character and motion was created without a problem. ユーオルガマリーの登場もあり、第7章の本当にいろいろなところに盛り上がったポイントは散らばれていましたね。It says, Yu Olga, the interviewer goes, with the arrival of Yu Olga Murray, LB7 truly was a exciting turnout of events left and right, and a lot of pointers that were to be memorable as well. Nasu answered, 第6章では、格式も童話的な表現詞を目指して対しに、第7はひたすら 冒険三昧、冒険活劇が大好きな自分にとってのエンタメ、シチュエーションが盛り上がっていくことで、いなる方向性を、面白さを手がってほしかったですね。So NASA answers in LB6. It was very like storytelling. Simultaneously, it was a tale. It felt like royal. It kind of had this structure, and it's supposed to be a folklore that was also a tragedy tale. But compared to LB7, it was a rambunctious adventure tale. And simultaneously, for me, I just wanted to add additional entertainment values to it as well. And all of that combined into a swirl went into an unexpected pathing, which was LB7, that also showcased its amazing and unique enjoyment. Inaru hokousei o omoshirosa o shitakatta desu. So yeah, it's essentially Nasu wanted the adventure tales to be both entertainment and funny entertainment. Simultaneously wanted to enjoy the concept of things going into different directions and surprises. All right. Alrighty, so I believe this concludes the LB7. We still got Ordeal Call 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then Grand Talk, and then FGO Final Words. So, if you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure you hit that like button, and don't forget to follow. Next video is going to be talking about Ordeal Call 4 shenanigans, okay? So, TTFN. Ta-ta for now. Ooh, that was a bit rough, Chatterino Cappuccino. My goodness. God damn. I got so many VOD. It's insane, chat. What's happening? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What? Yo, the fact my daughter popping off, let's go. And WF 2025S is insane. They're popping the fuck off. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Oh. Whoa! Alright. Ready for more chat? It's more time dial. モラトリアム期間。Sorry, I'm munching on food right now. Let's finish this, shall we? Whew. All right. Talking about the moratorium. All right. This is like number 7 of the trailer. The title is Ordeal Call. The last battle moratorium period. The interviewer asked specifically says the ordeal call, specifically 4 parts of them. I feel like compared to season 2, it's a little bit out of directional of storytelling, in my honest opinion. Can you tell exactly what it was the entire goal of ordeal call in general? It's Nasu answers. It says, in my thought process, in order to get to the final battle, I wanted the user to create their own grand servants, the legendary 7s. And that was my thought process. But right after beating Ordeal LB7, and all of a sudden, now you gotta make your grand servants, it was a little too shocking of a factor and a little too abrupt, in my honest opinion. And when I read through the research data, it seems that there's only maybe half, around 50% of the user base was only had, 50% of the user base may had enough materials and equipments to grant a servant baby. And so I thought to myself, we should have an intermission. After all, LB7 was large, maybe another 1.5. And in order to get our grand servants ready, we create a quote unquote, the road to find resources is the initial thought process. Why did you use Ordeal Call to try to face or understand extra classes? What was the reason of the theme of sort? Since we did have an intermission provided to us, I really wanted to have a meaning to it. I really wanted to explain the extra classes that slided into this season, not just those 7 usual classes that we know and love. And I never really touched the reasons of their existence truly. And so I wanted to utilize this intermission to explain that sort of thing. And give you, what does it mean to utilize this strength? And what does it mean to, what does it mean to touch to this power and answer some of the questions that were not being answered? And so I told the writers that in charge, it says, besides the story, the main story narrative that I'll tell you, I won't touch anything you all want to provide. Please show your personality and your quirk and create a fiction of art that you can remember, that you can represent personally and write to your heart's content. That was my criteria to them. So Takeuchi says, as Nasu stated, as Nasu has stated before, Ordeal Call concept at first was a last dungeon sort of ordeal in order to get to the final chapters of sort. It was trying to capability as a last farming section or like a challenge quest. It says here, while we are awaiting to fight the quote-unquote last boss, it's understandable to go to the final front line, but sometimes there's option for you to take some detours in order to obtain powerful weapons and equipments or level up in general, right? When it comes to these type of games. These type of moratorium period always happens around the end side of the RPG games. And because of that, we wanted the user base of the FGO to kind of have a similar circumstances as that, right? able to clear a couple of missions if in order to obtain more loot and some materials, and fighting strong enemies to feel how it you know, how's your account doing, and etc. And that's why we prepared a world map for Ordeal Call and Bleachification Earth Quest and whatnot. And Nasu answers. Nasu specifically answers, remember in the Final Fantasy series, at least in the earlier on, right when you obtained a hovercraft or aircraft in general, you could always go towards the last boss dungeon if you wanted to, or go around the world and collect equipments and summoning beasts and try to prepare yourself for the final battle. I wanted to try that technically in FGO as well. And so that's why I wanted, the quote-unquote Bleachification, the Earth map. I wanted to, like, you know, equip some, like, finding certain things or putting materials and doing missions to clear Grand Servants and whatnot. And that's what we had in mind. Little by little, the internal affairs changed a bit. And we created things now that's, you know, free quest material grinding, powerful enemy as a quest, or challenge quest that can be utilized to challenge the Grand Servant battle shenanigans and prepare ourselves from that grand title of sort. And it kind of changed into that sort of feel. Isis, can you give us each theme of Ordeal Call 1 through 4 and the direction of reason why you went that way? Ordeal Call 1. I asked the writer in charge what they wanted to do. And they definitely felt the pressure of being the top batter, very beginning of the story. But I specifically told him, don't worry about the part of Ordeal Call. Do and write what you want to write. And when I heard what he wanted to write, he said, I wanted to do a Holy Grail. And that's what the word came back to me. So my answer was simple. Let's do your Holy Grail War and do it to your heart's content. And that's how Ordeal Call 1 became the way it is. The interviewer asked, Ordeal Call 2 represents modern Japan, a very similar world stage, and like comparing to the world traveling that we did of FGO all the way to this part, it kind of had some irregular feeling of parts. And then Nasu goes, yes, when it comes to Ordeal Call 2, the battle and the theme that was in Justified was battling the heart of revenge, right? Kushushin to tatakau. The feeling of taking avenge, to become the avenger, the urge to fight, to not fight back and lose to yourself to revenge. After all, when it comes to Avengers, compared to the other class, it's definitely a unneeded class of them all, of all of them. つながりの自体が途絶さなければならない. In actuality, the connection had to be cut. The connection had to be cut just because it is one of the unneeded class whatsoever. Because it's not, in storytelling wise, it's also not good for a normal human. And then on top of that, I asked the writer in charge what they wanted to do. They straight up said they wanted to do a school parody. When that words came out, I was just like, oh, school parody. Sounds like a good idea. Is what I thought at the time. Then I come to the conclusion that if that is the case, we needed to create new servants and new servants design. And on top of new servants design, every single character and every single servant that comes into this form needed to wear a uniform on top of a normal clothing. And the standing pictures increased amount continue to grow and grow by the second. At first, it was really fun and exciting idea, but I was hesitant a little bit due to the fact that it might cost too much time and effort, and we might not make it to the deadline if we did so. With that thought in mind, I asked Takeuchi about it, and then surprisingly, he gave it an okay. To be honest, I was quite baffled by it, and I was like, "Oh, damn, you're okay with it, huh?" It was my honest reaction. Takeuchi answered. It says, "I can't say no to that idea. After all, the idea of a school parody, I got curious, and I've got it's gotten my attention. And in order to create a funny and interesting story, if necessary, ビジュアルを行うとしては手を尽くさなければなりませんが、it says, yeah, in order to make it funny and interesting, and if necessary, visual key points needed to be locked down. And it was going to be a very hard time. However, luckily, with the help of other artists and other people at hand, we were able to create a first FGO school parody broadcast and showcase. So, what about Ordeal Call 3? The summer event, BB presents a celebrity summer experience of the Revenge on Dubai. It says, yeah, in actuality, this has been split into a beginning arc and an after this beginning arc and the end arc. Was this what you were aiming for from the very beginning? 実というと夏イベントとは分けて単体でやりたかったんですよ。ただ夏イベントと開始時期が近かったので。新作でたくさん作れないという制作の情報がありました。そのため夏イベントの要素材を使いつつ物語を工作するため夏イベントを合わせて前半と後半を仕上げていたんです。The Ordeal Call 3 was mine to be in charge. To be perfectly honest, at the very first, I wanted to separate my Ordeal Call from the summer event and have a summer event and a different story altogether. However, the activation time and the summer event was so close. I was told by the creation staff that I was not able to utilize a lot of new backgrounds or new characters or new supplies in general. And so with that being said, I utilized all the summer event materials and I utilized all the summer event materials in order to create a story and simultaneously created a convenience summer event to create a before and after arc. So essentially the summer event was created by a quote-unquote writer. Ordeal Call 3 was created by Nasu, utilizing the asset of summer event. In Ordeal Call 3, we're supposed to find the next spiritual elder, right? The next leader after humanity. Next leader of new humanity. And it was a story about an AI written and draw wonderfully. It says, when it comes to AI in its entirety, Mr. Nasu, what kind of feelings did you had creating this story in general? It says Ordeal Call 3 was about moon cancer and how you use them or how they are interacted. 詭弁に取り掛かる2022年の段階では、現在ほど AI が自由化されてはいませんでした。でも、そこからたった1年で AI の性能がとびっきり活発に進化し、日常の生活での扱われるや価値、それに、it says, around 2022, around this time, until 2022, pen and pencils and paper form was still norm. And slowly but surely, we used AI, no problem. However, with an official AI slowly crept in, AI wasn't as super known as much. However, right after the introduction, about a year, if not less later, the exponential growth and the evolution of the AIs grew to the point that it is now officially a daily part of life to some people, and its values and its treatment continuously grow on the spot each minute. And the thought process and how you interact with it and how people think about them can drastically change from back then. そんな状態下でただの AI 判定をテーマにしてしまったらあまりにも無念。FGO のシナリオを象徴するならその先を書かなければいけない。ならない。それで総称さんは人類の次の霊長となった AI もやがては次に来るものにおいていかれるということをテーマにしたんです。古いものは常に新しいものに断絶されていくけど、それを断うことはない。人間もテクノロジーもこれまでそうやって進化してきたんだから。プロット段階ではちょっと説教臭くてネガティブな内容でしたが、AI の時々の成長に触れたのが影響して、今のような形の方向心が少し変わったんです。So yeah, essentially saying that AI like exploded around 1 year after 2022's official arrival, and then everybody and their mom started treating it, different values, treating it more, daily lives, etc. within a year instantaneously. Simultaneously, if I were to write a scenario of just exponential AI growth and judge AI as a theme, it would have been very cynical and it would have been very plain, and it would have not been as exciting as it before. If I wanted to create this topic as a FGO scenario, I needed to come to a conclusion that I needed to write something beyond that. And that's why in Ordeal Call 3, even the AI that became the next Elder Spirit of humanity, in the end, even they have to even they will be left behind by something new entirely as a theme that I wanted to create. After all, everything old will always be rendered asunder, overridden, stomped on by something new entirely all the time. But it's not something to cry about, or it's not something to be angered about. Whether you're a human or technology, that's how we and everything has been evolving and changing throughout the time. In the plot writing segment area, it did sound like a lecture type, and definitely the topic was quite negative. But the sheer fact that I was able to talk about the AI's exponential growth and how it's both good and bad things, and how it can affect things in modern, present, and future, and the sheer fact that because of this exponential growth that I've witnessed it during so closely, I was able to go on this direction of a story approach, in my honest opinion. And it changed quite a lot. And I believe that is... Oh, yeah, this is entirely chapter ordeal call 4. Ordeal call 4, MASH and Grand. What's the timer here? It's about 20 minutes. I think we'll be good on that. Alrighty, so this is all the way up to ordeal call 1 through 3. I don't want to go over 20 minutes as much as I can, so I'm gonna end it here. There's gonna be another segment, so make sure you guys go check out on it. And as always, make sure you don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment down below. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, etc. To Love Trouble, and I stream every day at 11 a.m. CST. I'll see you guys next time. Peace. I'm gonna do the ordeal call one completely different because it's ordeal call plus grand servant. So I definitely want to lock in on that. I think I got 3 more videos and I think I'm done. And low key, in order to keep my sanity safe, I might just do this tomorrow. So I'm gonna be done after I finish reading the first one. Low key. Because I do gotta go to bed and I do gotta go to work, and I can't miss work right now because I have all the days off for anniversary, and I don't want to fuck that up just yet. So yeah, we got another ordeal call type gnome ray. Very cool. Essentially, for some odd reason, your girl busted out a ray proof into a black barrel into a paladin proof. Kind of interesting. AKA starting out with Mash Paladine and Lord Carudeus into Gnome Ray. Very cool. Technically, I don't think I need to read. Oh, well. Technically, I don't think I need to translate them. I think I'm going to translate the important ones if I find it. Like something like 1 question, 1 answer. Yeah, by the way, Mafia Kajita is one of the biggest reasons why we have Oberon to this day, which is kind of awesome. It's also very interesting that the Famitsu article interview guy is getting interviewed because for 10 years now, this is the man who has been fucking interviewing Nasu and them for 10 years. He is essentially the interview legend. Alright, I gotta get not distracted, and I gotta lock the fuck in. I got so close. Let's not fuck this up. It's ordeal call 4 into last note. Yeah, last note's definitely gonna be a different book. Alright. Hello, friends. I think this is volume 8 of the FGO long translation shenanigans. If you got questions, make sure you comment down below. Whenever I can answer it, I'll answer it. If you got any questions and whatnot, I'll give you guys more rundown the detail for sure. This one is surprising of unexpected shenanigans, the secrets and the behind the scenes of Ordeal Call 4. カルダでは煉獄を大舞台にカルデア側の罪が疑われるという物語が書かれていました。本書の作品秘密について教えてください。It says Ordeal Call 4 was going to be Dante's Inferno and, you know, like Trials of Shenanigans, and Karudia side's sin was to be judgment upon. In the actual quote unquote Ordeal Call, can you show us and tell us any secrets and behind the scenes shenanigans? 総称4は総称全体のまとめ となる章になるし、マッシュの物語にも重要な部分を裏目ています。そのため、オールディールコール4は自分の担当ライターと合意という形になりました。そこで担当ライターがどんなことをやりたいかと聞いて、メゾン一角をやりたいと言い出しました。最初はどういうことと思いますが、確かにこのメンバーで昭和ボロアパートとか台無し芝居なだいぶなところになったらもうそれはもうメンゾ一角だし麻雀ぐらいするよな。楽しそう。でも僕は共同生活といえばここはグリーンウッドの方が好きなんだけどなんて思いながらも OK したんですよ。以前どこかのインタビューで次のショーはきっと驚きますよ。いや、それやっていいんだと驚くはずです。と上限したのはこれのことです。メゾン一角。I gotta look that up real quick. Japone. メゾン一角。一角は刻みの角であり、これではない。Coming in, coming out, wanna go to Mara now. Ain't that got you crazy now? Ain't that got you crazy now? I better get it upside down. Holy fucking cannolis, chat. The sheer amount of is it Gaku? No, it's this. Yeah, Mesoikoku. Mesoikoku. Oh, excuse me. Mesoikoku is a Japanese series. Is that the same person fucking does Rama? Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure that shit is the same person who drew Rama. What is that in English? Mesoikoku. Mai Son Ikoku. Mason Ikoku. I don't know how to say that. It's a coming of age romantic comedy slash of life. It's just living under a roof. How do I... What the Sigma? It says here, which makes it charming, as fun, more popular works like Rama, yeah. A group of eccentric people who lives in a boarding house in 1980s Tokyo. So yeah, essentially, Ordeal Call 4. Ordeal Call 4 was technically a kind of a TLDR, kind of rounding up the entire Ordeal Call, and that was the chapter. Simultaneously, it would inscribe a very important chapter to MASH's story as well. And so, in order for that to happen, Ordeal Call 4 was done by me and the writer that was in charge, and it was kind of a hybrid creation. So I asked the writer what kind of thing did he wanted to do. And he specifically says Maison Ikoku. Is what he wanted to do. Maison Ikoku, I just looked it up as you heard. It is essentially a coming of age anime / romantic comedy. It's eccentric group of people who lives in a boarding house in 1980 Tokyo. Story focuses on gradually developing a relationship between a poor student down on his luck and a young, recently widowed boarding house manager. It's a nice little shenanigans. It's cute. It's kind of got that interesting style. And when I heard that for the first time, I was like, "Come again?" is what I thought. But I thought to myself for a second that with these type of members and have a crappy apartment as a place to rest, crappy apartment place to rest during the Showa era, it is 100% the quote unquote the scene and the familiarity of Maison Ikkoku, and they would definitely play mahjong for the shits of it. Sounds fun. But to me personally, I wanted this is Greenwood, the quote unquote, when it comes to cohabitating lifestyle comedy. That was what I wanted, but I said okay, and we went with that approach. Isn't what? Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, what? I said it in some interview that I can't remember. I specifically told people that the next chapter, aka Ordeal Call 4, is going to be quite a surprise. And people will be saying, wait, you're allowed to do that? And a lot of people will be in for a baffling surprise. That was the indication of Ordeal Call 4. Essentially Dante's Inferno and a shitty minor comedy, broken house apartment landlord relationship shenanigans. 確かに言い返すとあのパートで生活しているシーンはメンゾン一国の感がありましたね。It says for certain, now that you think about it, these apartments and the living in that scene definitely felt that manga / anime type of reference 100%. メゾン一国はあくまでスパイスので物語のベースにしたのはダンテースの新曲です。世界観にも愛的な制作ですし、現実的にを知っているユーザーにも納得してもらえる内容にしなければと担当ライターにはかなり神経を使っていました。It says, unfortunately, Maison Ikkoku was nothing more than a spice added to the base of the story. The main base of the story was Dante's Inferno, the Divine Comedy. Dante's Divine Comedy as a, land-based. It is a very famous and popular genre and book that's been known throughout the world, and a lot of people have the origin. So I wanted those people who know the origin, I wanted to know the user who know the origin of the Divine Comedy to enjoy it as well. And so I definitely shredded the quote unquote person, the writer in charge, in order to make things happen the way it needed. And then the interviewer says, simultaneously, MASH had to confront her own sins, aka she needed to confront her own sins, and kind of this confrontation was a very important theme in this ordeal call. 総称4は罪が物語の受信となっています。その中でこれまで悪いことに手を染めたことのないマッシュの罪とは何なのか。それは無知、無罪、矛盾であることから卒業したことなんです。無知、矛盾な人間は美しい。でも、それは裏を返せば自分だけが汚れていないことでもある。そしてマシにとって、それは矛盾であることから脱出することが人間としての最後の成長になるのですよ。So this is Ordeal Call 4 was about sins, and sin was kind of playing the primary main role of the story. And on top of this, on top of it all, specifically talking about MASH, who never really put her hands in evil and never really tainted herself in any color. Her sin, what was her sin? And that was purity. That was her innocence. And that was kind of her fencing. Her fuck, I can't remember what it was. It's unbiased. Yeah, unbiased circumstances. Unbiased circumstance, which is technically her innocence, right? She needed to graduate from her innocence. 卒業したことなんです。And MASH graduating from her innocence is the quote-unquote trial that needed to cleanse MASH's sins. Because humans that are innocent is quite beautiful. But simultaneously, if you think of it the other way around, it means that you're the only one who didn't taint themselves, or you're the only one who doesn't get their hands dirty. And to quote-unquote, for MASH to escape from her innocence is kind of her last step to truly kind of become what it means to be human. Uh, 物語の終盤の定義は、裁判の主張を琴峰桐江が求めていることにあって、非常にスリリングでしたね。万全の体制を整えてもどうひっくり返せられるのか予想もできなくて。担当ライターのプロップには最後に逆転裁判をしますと書いてありました。ちょっと待て。逆転裁判はいや、超難しいから覚悟しておいた方がいいよと伝えたんです。案の手、作者の大ざめを言っても本人も裁判なんかやらなきゃよかったと泣きわめいて言いました。Oh no! It says, yeah, during the final part of the trial, the sheer fact that Kotomine prosecutor wanted retrials and whatnot, there was quite the thrilling, and this entire court case thrill was quite the insanity yet entertaining. The sheer fact that no matter how ready we were, I really didn't come to the conclusion how we were going to flip this over. Was definitely an excitement reading the story. Nasu goes, the writer that was in charge of the plot, they requested that we were going to do quote unquote gyakuten saiban. What is that? Ace attorney. We're going to do ace attorney at the very end. And that's what this person wrote. I told them, just wait a minute. You do realize the quote unquote ace attorney materials and attorney shenanigans are really hard and difficult, and you better prepare yourself for it, is what I told them. And Lord and behold, the writer did their very best. And in the very end, when Ordeal Call 4 is all done and settled, even the writer themselves says, I should never have done the trials, and I should never done Ace Attorney style, and was crying at the very end. So parentheses lol. 総称4の終盤では自らの罪を受けて入れた成長したマッシュがシールダー・パラディーンにクラスチェンジに星5に昇格しました。新たなマッシュのデザインする際、竹内さんはどんなことを念に置いたのでしょうか？ It says, around the end of Ordeal Call 4, accepting her own sins, Mash Kira Light has grown once more into a Shield Paladin class change and turned herself into a 5-star, ranked up. When designing the new Mash, Mr. Takeuchi, what did you think in mind when drawing this? Takeuchi goes, マッシュがパラディーンになるという話は随分前から那須さんから聞いていました。当時は、全体目に白くなるというガサツとしたイメージがありますしかありませんでしたが、いざデザインに抵触したらこれがかなり難しくて、僕がデザインに挑む際には最初にかっこよくする、色気を調教する、可愛くするといった起点となるテーマを決めてからデザインを膠着します。マッシュパラディーンの場合はその起点の段階とはとても悩んでしまいましたね。マッシュの物語の上でもユーザーにとても最初に仲間になったファーストサーバントであり、この10年間ずっと一緒に旅をしてきた一番身近な 身近なパートナーです。ユーザーの中には元の姿に愛着がある方が多いでしょうし、そこからガラッと姿を変えてしまったら寂しさや違和感を感じることではないかと。それでいかにもパラディーンという感じにガラッと姿を変えたパターンやベースカラーを白にしつつ変形は元の衣装のアレンジする締めるパターンを2つ考え、ラフを何枚かも書きました。その上でナスに見てもらって意見を聞くことにしたんですよ。So essentially, Takeuchi explains Mash becoming a paladin. That was kind of already told from Nasu from the very get-go. At first, he only gave me an idea that says she's going to become whiter, like color palette wise. And it was only a basic image kind of applied to it. But when the image was supposed to be designed into concept, it was quite rough, more difficult than I anticipated. Because every time I design things, I always have 3 big things in common to start out with. Whether it be make them look cooler, or make them look a little more sexier, or get their sex appeal or their essentially their strong charm points stronger, or make them cuter. Those are kind of the 3 basic side I use as a theme and start the design idea from there to construct it. When it comes to the Mash Paladins, I was definitely troubled by that original few steps for certain. Because after all, Mash within the story was our very first servant within the users for certain. Within the very first users, she was technically our first servant as well. And within this entirety of 10 years, we've journeyed together with her, and she is one of the closest partners that we can ever have. And there are users that suggest that the OG back in the day had, some love to it. And simultaneously, if I were to all of a sudden change her outfit once more to completely different, you'll have the little bit of sadness and like you miss the old style. Simultaneously, uncomfortability will definitely showcase for certain. But simultaneously, on top of that, I needed to show Paladin, this little paladin style. And I created multiple, color palette differences, style palette differences, motif palette differences. Base color was completely white, but changed formation. Utilized the clothes back in the day and arranged it in a few different patterns. Kind of came up with 2 and drew multiple rough drafts. Afterwards, I gave it to Nasu to give his opinion. And then Nasu answers, 竹内くんに見せてもらったラフはかっこいいものや可愛いものなどもいろいろなパターンがありました。でも今回はマッシュらしさを重視したい方がいいと判断して元の服をアレンジしてベースカラーを白にしたものがいいと伝えたのです。It says Takeuchi had a lot of good rough drafts. Some of them look cooler, some of them look more cuter, and the mini pattern definitely existed. But I wanted this theme. I wanted Mash's theme, and specifically respected Mash to be who she is. And judging by that factor, we arranged it from the previous outfit we had beforehand, changed the base color to white, and then adjusted things accordingly to look where she is now. Another difficulty design that I had was Mash's Paladin's shield design. Because the shield design, specifically withheld by Mash, is such an impressionable equipment that I can't change the design in a major or drastic way. I've added to Mr. Koyama. I've also added Mr. Hirokazu and Koyama additional suggestions of what I could do and which direction I could go forward to. When we came to the conclusion of utilizing the previous silhouette shield and strongly adjust its own design on top of it. After all, the Mash's shield does turn into a new Black Barrel style change-up. ナスにデザインイメージを聞いたら、シューティングゲームの自動機みたいにしたいと言ったしさ。It says, yeah, when I asked Nasu for that specific design, he specifically stated, I wanted to look like a toy that you could utilize in the shooting game, in the arcade, parentheses, lol. Big Viper みたいな SF チック。Yeah, I wanted to look like a big Viper cannon. Big Viper cannon for sure. A very science fiction-esque and a very sleek style, but looks cool. That was what I wanted for her to obtain. 見た目はキャノン砲から離れてもいいから美しいものにしたい。チョコさんならきっとこのイメージを形にするとお願いしたのです。So I asked Choco to create a sci-fi looking railgun style that can definitely not look like a cannon. But I wanted to make it something beautiful. So I asked Mr. Choco for this request and boom. Takeuchi says, we asked Choco for the request, but we definitely caught this person on the most busiest time of the year. But Choco specifically says, your order is hilarious, so I will do it, and easily stepped everything aside and then worked on it. 宝具演出をかっこよく見せるためにさらに無理を言ってカットインの下書きまでお願いさせていただきました。It says, we wanted to showcase the Noble Phantasm and wanted to make it look so cool that we forced, we pushed a little bit more of creating additional rough draft of cut-ins in order for the Noble Phantasm activation could be achieved. By the way, Nasu specifically drops a hint that says in 2021, the movie Fake Grand Order Camelot movie, the ending, the second movie subtitle is called Paladin Agatoramu. And by writing that statement, it was supposed to be hinting at a line where MASH was going to become a paladin, aka paladin. あの映画ではパラディーンとはベリエールのことを指していましたが、後にそれはマシュに受け継がれることになったと。It says in that movie, specifically the paladin, aka paladin, is supposed to be pointing at Bedivere. But afterwards, it was also be bestowed to MASH and continue onwards. マッシュパラディーンが攻撃モーションの中でアガートラムを使っているのもベリビエールの実際ものなんです。I said the fact that Paladin Mash utilized an attack motion where she uses Agatoramu was definitely Bedivere's little suggestion. 地雷ものです。So yeah. Essentially, Nasu was cooking since 2021 that she was going to be a paladin. Social を読んで総書を読んで最終面積でマッシュと融合してきた、融合していたギャラハッドの登場したものも大きいサプライズでした。So it says at the end of Ordeal Call 4, the Galahad that was fused with MASH came out of nowhere was a big surprise. 当時のプロットでは最後に主人公たちの前に立ちはかどるのはリリスだけでした。でもそれだとマッシュとリリスの対決で終わってしまうし、ユーザーにとっても驚きがない。総称の締めくくりとなる 場面なので、メインストーリーの幹部分の用も触れておきたかった。根幹部、根元の幹部の要素にも触れておきたかった。そこで FGO の物語において最大のギミックである盾とこれまで触れてこなかったギャラハッドとロを書くことにしたのです。本来は総称4が終わった後に南極に突入するとギャラハッドが待っていたのでしか。Okay. This is at the very first of the plot setup. In the very end, protagonist was supposed to be fighting only Lilith. But if you just ended the fight with Mash and Lilith fighting, it was kind of being underwhelming. And there was no surprise factor for the user base. In order to round up the ordeal call for nicely, and in order to tighten this story well, I wanted to also kind of confirm some of the main story's underlings and more notions at hand. And so that's why I wanted to create the battle of FGO's biggest gimmick, which was the shield, and the bringing in the character that we barely touched, Galahad. And that's the reason why we started writing him. In actuality, he was supposed to be waiting in front of you after the ordeal call for, riding to Antarctica. That's when you're supposed to fight Galahad at first. But we decided to bring him in ordeal call for. Let's see. ギャラハッドは17年末に放送されたフェイトグランドオーダームーンライトロストルームにも登場していましたが、デザイン変更点にはあるのでしょう。いえ、当時作ったデザインをそのまま使用しています。色はマシと同型の一緒に黒と紫にしつつ、顔はシビアなピーロっぽいに感じ、鎧の平均もマシの男性バージョンというイメージを基本にデザインしておりました。マシとは逆画面の目が髪で隠れていることがポイントですね。ギャラードの戦闘モーションに鎖がついて盾を投げつけるというのもありまして、これもナスさんの発案なんですが、最初にアイデアを聞いていたときは、そこから持ってくるのと驚きました。アルゴスの戦士かというゲームですね。これはもうアラ50の世代にしか通じないネタだ。The Warrior of Argoth is crazy. Yeah, the fact that he does have a chain for that motion is wildfire. So it says, yeah. By the way, Galahad showcased himself for the very first time in 2017 in the anime Fate Grand Order Moonlight/Lost Room. When it comes to design changes, was there anything changed at all when he came in for Ordeal Call 4? Takeuchi says no. We practically used that current design exactly the way it is. The color scheme is very close to the MASH original side. Getting the armament of black and purple mixture with the face looks like a very serious, very serious heroic type. An armor structure, essentially it is the male version of the MASH's armor type. Is the image we definitely went for the basic design. The charming and interesting point is that the quote-unquote hidden eye, while MASH is on its right, Galahad has it on its left. It's essentially, MASH has it on his right, like MASH has this eye peeked up, Galahad has this eye peeked up. So they hide opposite eyes. When it comes to battle motion of Galahad, apparently he had a chain. He had a chain and he swings that shit. That was definitely Mr. Nasu's idea. The first time I heard that idea is like, oh my goodness, you're gonna bring that here of all places? And I was quite the surprise. And Nasu specifically goes, unfortunately, the original idea, right? Original idea came from the Warrior of Argos. The Warrior of Argos. It's specifically typed the game, but unfortunately, this meme or this idea doesn't translate well unless you're around 50 plus years old. Parentheses laugh. いやー懐かしい。中学生の頃ゲーセンでナスキノコがアルゴスの選手をやっているのをアイス食べながら観戦してたな。ちなみにギャラハッドの盾はラセンゴルのスタッフに守るためではなく攻撃的なものであると伝えてデザインしたことです。So, Takeuchi says, man, talking about that game brings nostalgia. I remember when we were in middle school, during the arcade, Nasu would be playing the arcade game the Warrior of Argos, and I was munching on my ice cream and watching that battle unfold. By the way, Galahad's shield, I told the Lysenko staff that his shield is not meant for protecting, but for attacking. And that's why the reason of design of the way he is the way he is. And then last but not least, he asked, currently, ユーザーが自分のグランドサーバントを決めるグランド関連検査が始まっています。It says, yeah. So currently, user base is having a grand servant battle in order to create their perfect grands, or their favorite grands, actually. And these grand battles are occurring. By the way, apparently they've... So this was 1 month ago, by the way. The interview was 1 month ago, saying parentheses, during the interview, we are in mid-June. It says a lot of the servants will be granted, and we're going to have this quote-unquote grand battle, grand choosing. Why did you not add a story to this grand shenanigans? グラン観戦はユーザーから自分の意思で好きなサーバントをグランドに昇格させるシステムです。ここで下手に敵として登場するグランドサーバントストーリーをつけたりしたらユーザーの自由な発想を防ぐになる恐れがある。ゲーム側が無理強して選ばせるのではなく、ユーザーが自発的に自分の推しを押して欲しかったのです。なるほど。確かフレンドリストを見ると意外なサーベントがグランドしている人がいっぱい面白いって感じます。So it's essentially, they asked, why didn't you add main story? Why didn't you add reason? Why didn't you add story to the grand shenanigans? And Nasu specifically goes, I wanted the grand battle and the grand picking your servant. I wanted them to do it on their own volition. I wanted their servants that they like. I wanted them to rank up the servants that they really enjoy to their own idea and their own volition. That is the system that I wanted to create. And if I create a enemy or a story that comes in as a grand servant, it would really just crush the creativity and kind of the freedom of thought process of what the user base wants, and that is not the option we wanted to go for. I wanted a game system that didn't force the meta, or didn't force the meta, or didn't force a picking the strongest one, but automatically let the user base pick their Oshi, aka their favorite, was the goal that we wanted to orient for. And then the interviewer goes, oh, I see. I know for a certain in my friends list, there is quite a lot of unprecedented servant being grand, in my opinion. And I think it was quite hilarious, and I think it's quite joyful. And then Nasu goes, that is exactly what we're going for, and that we are aiming. It says in the grand battle, you will either pick a servant that's very powerful, or you will pick a servant that you enjoy. And it's the freedom of the players that we want to respect. Hey, let's go. It says, for an example, I'm always constantly wondering which grand servant saber I wanted to do. I wanted to do Grand Saber Artoria, but Benny Emma is very alluring. Feeling wise, I want to put Grand Saber on Artoria, but if I am rotating and farming, the single target noble phantasm of Benny Emma is a lot more reliable. But if I were to pick that instead of picking Artoria, the voice actor of Artoria would probably yell traitor and make would probably yell traitor at me and yell at me. But in the very end, I chose Benny Emma. Let's go! My daughter's supremacy! Papa! Yo, clip that shit right there, boys. Clip that shit. Nasu chose Benny Emma over Artoria, baby. Benny Emma over Artoria. We've got a winner. Nasu truly picked the grandest saber. Picked the right choice, Nasu. Well done. In the end, he struggled and came to the conclusion that he picked grand saber Benny Emma. Yes, sir. This is Miss Kasumi. I do apologize. Right when the Saber Grand is over, I'll switch it up to Artoria. Understandable. So during the Saber Grand, right? During the Saber Grand, Nasu has chosen Benny Emma in order to farm better. But after he's done farming, he's going to switch it back to Artoria. Understandable. Understandable. So technically, Nasu did pick Artoria as Grand Saber, but during the Saber farming node, he picked Benny Emma because I'm the best. That was a surprise, yeah. That was quite the surprise. But yeah, it's essentially the fact that we can do that is kind of nice as well. Right? Because Nasu wants to Grand Artoria, but in order to, for the sake of efficient farming, he just picked Grand Benny. And I did that same shit for Berserker. Remember that? Because I granded Berserker Castoria until I finished Berserker farming and then swapped it to Berserker Sei. It's very understandable. And so that's wonderful. By the way, Mr. Takeuchi, who did you grand your saber to? And then Takeuchi says, of course, Artoria. I've been living with her and pushing Artoria for 20 plus years. There's no other options, I gotta tell you. Damn, Takeuchi straight up said, I ain't got no options but Artoria. 20-year fan, no other options. Base Takeuchi. All right, so that concludes Ordeal Call 4. Damn, that shit took 40 minutes. It's insane. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Make sure you click that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. We got one more recording before I gotta go to bed. So make sure you guys square up and be prepared. This will be the quote-unquote Walking Among FGO 10 Years of Feelings. So I'll see you in the next video, okay? Peace. Takeuchi be like, yo, representing Artoria 20-year plus gang. Fuck you mean, who else? I feel that. I feel that, brother. I feel that. Been writing Artoria since day one, after all. This man. The living legend. All right, chat. Final chapter. Final chapter. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No talks on Lilith. That Lilith's aight, but Lilith require 2 Duryodanas. And yeah. By the way, this is June. By the way, this is mid-June, so Grand Berserker wasn't unlocked yet. The interview was occurring during Grand Saber and not Grand Berserker. So there was no Berserker talk here. I'm expecting Galahad to drop whenever Antarctica drops. True. But before we drop Antarctica, we got to look at the blanks canvas, bro. And be like, wow. The Hollow Earth slash, fuck, I can't remember the, was it Celestial or... It's whatever that, like, universe is inside instead of outside. Hilo? Is it Hilo or Geo? I think it's geocentric. Geocentric is real. Not about grand battle tropes, just Lilith in general. Oh yeah, we had no conversation about Lilith. I think they got that in Famitsu article. I think Famitsu article will probably talk about Lilith. Time to paint it red, that's right. Alright. So we got about FGO 10th year walking among it. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 answers, and I'm done. And I don't think a lot of people are going to like the answer Takeuchi and Nasu is about to provide. Because I've read it already, and I'm okay with it, but I think a lot of people are going to bitch and moan about it. But anywho's, here we go, Chatterino Cappuccino. Welcome, FGO last segment. This is the last segment. I swear to God, it is last. I think it is last. At least for the long Nasu interview shenanigans. So the title will be called Walking Among FGO for 10 Years. Thoughts and Feelings, right? So here we go. FGO と関わってきたこの10年を振り返って思い出深い出来事について教えてください。It says you've been now with FGO for about 10 years. Now looking back, what's the most impressionable thing that happened that stick to you to this day? So Nasu answers, FGO の制作に関わるようになってからは取材のために意識的に海外旅行に行くようになりました。例えば2018年のイベントサーバントサマーフェスティバルはハワイが舞台だったのでみんなで取材も兼ねてハワイに行ったのですがそこでしか感じられない空気を感じられてとても勉強になりましたね。The Nasu specifically answers this when obtaining research materials and backgrounds and other ideas for FGO in general. We tend to start going outside Japan, essentially going on trips in order to get materials, supplies, lores, and gimmicks, and essentially references. We've been going more into the outside overseas. For an example, 2018 summer event, Servant Summer Festival. Hawaii was the stage. So in order to get references and materials and understanding of the cultures and utilize it into FGO, a lot of us went to Hawaii. And man, I've definitely experienced something that only I could learn from there as well. Felt it, like almost a different type of air breathing as well. And then the interviewer goes, what about you, Mr. Takeuchi? Takeuchi specifically says, last year was Fate's 20th year anniversary. But when it comes to Fate's Day Night, 作るにあって、決死集会で旅行にしていった旅館があるんですよ。It says, Fate's already at its 20th year, but simultaneously when creating Fate's Day Night, we were coming up with final decisions and creation back in the day, and we went on a field trip. And there's a specific inn that we rested upon. 去年また社会旅行で行ったら少し改善されたものも20年前に行った時とあまり変わっていなくてエミや素人のフローのモデルにした場所がそのまま残っていたので床下のモデルにした場所がそのまま残っていたのが思い出深いですね。僕は旅行に行ってもただ楽しんで終わってしまうんですが、ナスさんは毎回たくさんの発想や帰着を持ち帰ってきて、さすが視点が違うなと思いますね。So essentially it says, Takeuchi says, whenever we went to finalize Fate's Day Night and made a decision to make it as a project, they went to an inn. right? Ryokan, like a pavilion, in a place where you can, it's a hotel essentially. And last year, as a work trip, we went back, and it was modified just a little bit. However, the 20 years ago, the location where we used Emiya's floor model, right? Essentially the tatamis that you saw in Emiya's house, the Emiya's location, the tatami, that location was not changed. What left me in an impressionable feeling for certain. I went on a vacation, but I end up enjoying myself to the very end. Unlike Mr. Nasu, would always come up with an interesting idea or thought process and bring it home and craft it new. As expected, our point of view are quite different, in my honest opinion. 取材旅行できっかけに誕生したサーバントは何ですか? It says, while investigating for materials and references, is there any servant that was born out of sheer, that was born out of sheer just that moment? いますよ。以前、静岡の県名有名なハンバーグを食べる前に、タムマルツアーをしたことがあって、帰りに静岡ホビーショーを寄ったのですよ。そこでいろいろと見回ったナスがノリノリで考えたのがメカエリちゃんでした。Lol. It says, yeah, definitely for certain. Takeuchi answered, there is. In actuality, during Shizuoka, right? Shizuoka's little famous shop, we were eating a hamburger there in order to take some bullet train and had a tour, right? Like a quick tour. And when we were going home, we went to this hobby show, right? AKA Hobby Lobby, AKA Shizuoka's little gift shop, or like a kind of a place of attraction there. When we were going around, Nasu was like on his high mood, and next thing you know, he came up with a servant called Mecha Eli-chan. Lol. Nasu goes, I'm not gonna lie, during the hobby show, there was a lot of cool mecha. Specifically a Mecha Godzilla, right? Mecha Godzilla figures, and it was fascinating. When I saw that mecha for the first time, I thought to myself, why don't I make a Mecha Eli-chan out of that? How's that sound? And I laughed to myself. It says, after all, OG Ellie's base was essentially Godzilla in a humanoid form. So, Mecha Eli-chan, エリザベート自体がゴジラの擬人化から思いついたキャラクターなので、yeah, so Elizabeth was essentially a Godzilla-like character. And so, because I thought of it like that, I was thinking Mecha Eli-chan, Mecha Godzilla, we can do it. The problem was definitely if Miss Wada Arco was going to draw it. But when I gave that idea, Miss Wada Arco just got on her high horses and started drawing. It was a blessing. Takeuchi says, 旅でそのアイデアを聞いてみんな爆笑したのはものもいい思いでしたね。Takeuchi answered, during this time of the trip, when every staff heard about the idea, everybody laughed out loud. It was a good memory to have for certain. It says, this will be a little bit off topic of FGO, but I would love to ask this question to you all. この10年でスマホの予定や SNS のインフラが進んだことでエンタメの存在法が大きく変わりました。お二人さんがここ最近で興味を見られたサービスは何でしょうか? This is going to be a little bit off topic of FGO for a moment, but I would like you to ask this question. Within this 10 years, smartphones and SNS, which is social media, influence has increased its value tremendously. And entertainment's existence drastically has changed. What are your current hobbies and interests and other services that you utilize to enjoy or utilized in this modern times. Nasu says, currently, I am very interested in ChatGPT. Unfortunately, I'm too busy to interact with it at the moment. It says, FGO をはじめとするすべての仕事が手を離れたら, it says, if I can let go all of my work and job and responsibility that pertains to FGO, perhaps, maybe, I might be able to create a clone of myself and called Kinoko GPT. That's what I wanted to do. But that's definitely a future ahead of my time. I'll probably utilize that during my retirement and kind of have fun. Have fun with that retirement idea. Takeuchi answered, definitely a subscription-based service definitely changed the content's existence quite drastically, in my honest opinion. And I'm feeling it, certainly. 絶対的に世の中に溢れてくる情報が多くなりすぎて、個人が受け入れる容量が超えつつなどと。It says, in this world, we are now limiting the reach where information is too much to handle and information is way abundant. And there's now an overcapacity of what a single person can obtain, effect, or even comprehend. And that's even going over the limit of limits. And then Nasu specifically goes, それは確かにあるよね. It says, that's certainly true for certain. 何かで人間が1日に判断できる回数は限られているという話を見たんですが、大きなり小なり、大きなり小さなり決断することは脳のエネルギーを使うし、それが多くなると脳が麻痺が疲れてしまうそうです。日々受け取る情報量をもう少し減らして本当に必要なものだけを選ぶ。そして自分の、脳の使い方を考えなければいけない時代になってきたと思います。So it says, I heard and saw an article and witnessed something very interesting. The topic of a human has a limited amount of decision-making process for one day. That's the topic at hand that I've read beforehand. Whether it's large or small, when making a decision, it does require a brain energy. And if that brain energy consumption gets larger and larger, your brain will get withered and tired and gets exhausted. I believe I want to try to do my best to take a less information on a daily intake and want to choose what is very important and necessary. And I think we've gotten into the age where using your brain, we're using your brain sparsely, if not efficiently, not to get drowned by these unnecessary information. So, お二人にとってこの10年間で出会いあった印象のゲームは何でしょうか? So, to the crew of you, I have a question. Within this 10-year, what is the most impressionable game that you have so far? Nasu specifically says, within this 10-year, definitely the best was Elden Ring. I believe the quote-unquote fantasy type style that I wanted during my kids' age, like I dreamed of, 100% of the structure,エルデンリングが最高だと思います。初めてプレイした時に少年時代の夢を見た廃棄的なファンタジーが世界が 100% の形で出力されていて、心からの感動と衝撃を受けたんですよ。発売の当時は仕事？俺はあの頃憧れた世界に、俺はあの頃憧れた世界にいるんだぞ。エルデンリングをプレイすること以上に大事なことがあるのかというくらいに思ってしまいました。この作品はこれほど面白いのは難しくてしんどいからというものにも確かにはあります。なぜなら、 圧力からの解放は快楽につながるから。それは一部のド M なユーザーやフロムソフトの信仰者しか受け入れれないでしょうけど、エルデンリングは高難易度の IRPG の完成作と思います。Essentially, Nasu says Elden Ring is goated. Elden Ring is goated. Elden Ring is top. Whenever I played it for the first time, it reminded me of the ideal abandoned site in an abandoned world of like the land of fantasy that I imagined back in the day when I was a kid. 100% structured and outputted. From the bottom of my heart, I had emotional feelings and shock. When the game first arrived, I genuinely thought, why work? I'm currently in the world that I aspired and desired to. What is more important than playing Elden Ring at this very moment is what I impressionally thought in the first place. This product, this Elden Ring, is so fun, and one of the interesting part about it is that it's also its difficulty. And because it's difficulty and very tiresome, but also not easy, is also its gameplay. After all, after a tremendous amount of pressure and hard struggle, the release of tension leads to pleasure and comfort. This could only probably be understood by aka quite the masochist players, or what we call the FromSoft enthusiasts, will probably be the only one who can truly understand how I feel. However, Elden Ring is a very high difficulty RPG perfected version of a video game. NASA のエルデンリング好きはファンの内では有名ですが、そこまで深い思いを入れてたんですね。It says, Mr. Nasu, your love for Elden Ring within among the fans, it was quite popular, but I didn't know it ran so deep. Simultaneously, if I want to go for a recent product, I would like to suggest Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It's a France studio created JRPG respected product. To be perfectly honest, it has been a while since I felt passion in a video game like this. In a very different meanings, in a lot of different meanings, I have been defeated. Sync 自体の RPG のように企画を大きくしてプレイ時間を引き伸ばすとは真逆真逆のコンセプトで、やろうと思えば2時間以上程度で終わるコンパクトな作品です。でも雑魚戦を合わせる戦闘の一つ一つのものすごく厳密にデザインしてあって、20時間でユーザーを満足させて尽くしてくれるんですよ。It says Claire Obscure, he played Expedition 33, he did. He says the fact that the France studio respects the JRPG style so much that it definitely felt passionate about it in many different, more ways than one. To be perfectly honest, unlike utilizing the concept of the current RPG, they made the entire expedition large and in charge, and 長い時間引き延ばすと、真逆のね、コンセプトでやろうと思えば2時間程度で終わるんですよ。I said, yeah, they could have expanded the expedition in order to prolong the gameplay time, but they went for the completely different concept. If you really wanted to finish this game, 20 hours probably will be enough to finish this game completely easily. It is a compact and condensed video game. But even against fighting a mob, the battle, each individual battle that you pertain, the details and finite details and concept that they brought upon with this design, even only 20 hours of gameplay the user base will surely be satisfied of how amazing this game world provides. And simultaneously a roadblock of bosses that's spreaded throughout the world. Battling is quite exciting and thrilling as well. This is 100% a JRPG style video game, but it was not created in Japan or from a Japanese person, and it was a thought process that was unique and different from the regular JRPG. Takeuchi says, in my opinion, it's going to be a little bit an old product. It's going to be definitely Death Stranding. It was definitely enjoyable for me. Giving items to specific locations necessary was supposed to be the main genre. But I never thought a simple point A and point B I never thought a simple point A and point B delivery system would be created into such an exciting and fun story. That's the most amazing part. And of course, this also exists in Elden Ring as well. But but それまで見たこともない世界や場所を自由に探索できる感覚は it says, however, able to traverse into a world and a location and a land so freely and exploration on your own, it is something that is unique that even animes and movies cannot project. And you can't enjoy it unless you play that specific game, in my opinion. So, Takeuchi loves Kojima. Kojima goated. Another Kojima W. It is what it is. 今後の冬には So here comes the big ass question that you've all been waiting for, right? The last question is... thank you. Yes, actually, I do need that. Thank you. The last question is, this winter, I believe a final battle to conclude Season 2 is waiting for us, correct? The never-ending story is to be predetermined smartphone games. You are currently trying to end it, is the territory that we've all been stepping in. Can we get a last message, at least for this interview, as to the fans that who's excited for this who's excited for this final step? Can we get a last word message from you two? So Nasu answers, right, the final story of Nasu trying to end a unending game. Nasu says, in every video game, a video game is a video game because there is a clear. Yeah. Just like in anime, just like in movie, just like in manga, everything has a beginning and a constructed story and an ending will be given. But a video game is always ended by the user's own hand. And simultaneously, because there is an ending, because there's an ending, そして終わりがあるからこそ愛せるものと言います。Because there's an ending, it is also beloved. それは人生にもつながることで、青春時代はもう戻らないし、結末があるからこそ人間は頑張れるのです。It says that pertains to our real lives as well. We can't get back our youthful days any longer. But because there is result, humans and people can do their very best to reach that goal. 終わった後の虚しさや悲しさ、そして充実感はきっと心の栄養にもなると思います。 It says the accomplishment of feeling, the sadness, the emptiness, and the reality of the video game ending definitely will be a nutrient to the heart and to move forward. Understand that this year winter, just like we did with season 1 final chapters, it's going to be grandeur. So let us enjoy it all together, shall we? That was conclusion from Nasu. TLDR, he's saying all video game has an ending and has a clear. And every game has a option to end the game. Every game, the user finishes the video game themselves. And because there is an ending, you can love a video game. That also pertains to life. You can't bring back your youth, but there is a result at the end of the line, and that's why humans can do their very best. And even if everything is over, you might feel sad, you might feel regret, a little anger, but you also feel accomplishment. And that's going to keep moving forward. Saying that this year, winter, it's going to be lit AF fam, so we better get our A game ready and celebrate the final chapter, baby. Takeuchi says, FGO がゲームである以上、プレイヤーはすべからくゲームをクリアを目指す。というか、FGO 開発開始前に、ナスキノコがカツアげた羅針状であり、その言葉は私たちの開発チームにとって揺るぎのない柱となってくれていました。FGO への関わり法や思いはプレイヤーさんの皆さん、それぞれだとは思います。しかし、ゲームであるということを大切にしてきたからこそ、今の FGO があるのも事実です。ここまで皆さんが良き旅をしてきたことと感じてくれているのであれば、最高の形でゴールにたどり着いていただくことこそが私たちがなすべき責任であり目標です。第2部終章まであと5ヶ月。一心不乱の制作に気をって参加して参りますので、規模ともその時まで一緒に預けますようよろしくお願いいたします。一緒に見届けますようよろしくお願いします。Takeuchi says, FGO is a video game. And every video game has all the players make the game clear, right? Finishing the game is every player's goal and objective. That has been the pillar, and that has been the direction of Nasu ever since the start of FGO. And we have been, quote unquote, listening to that word as a pillar base. The involvement of FGO and how interact and others depends on the player base. But because we value this game as a video game, that please do understand that the current FGO exists as a true factor. If everybody up till now enjoyed this journey and enjoyed this 今の FGO があるのも事実です。ここまで皆さんが良き旅をしてきたと感じてくれるのであれば、最高の形でゴールにたどり着いていただくことこそが私たちの成し遂げるべきで責任であり目標です。It says, if you guys have enjoyed your journey up to this point and enjoyed it till now, it is our goal and objective to give you guys the final finishing line that is constructed amazingly that you all can reach to the very end. Season 2, final chapter, is roughly about 5 months. We are working as hard as we can and constructing things as much as we can. And so let us enjoy ourselves till we get to that final chapter together and have fun. The end. Will there be a final, will there be a server-wide raid? I don't know if there's going to be a server-wide raid. I'm assuming it is, but it's probably going to involve every single one of your grand servant to be participating in the video game, right? But TLDR, Nasu and Takeuchi is trying to, quote-unquote, get to the final chapter and end FGO. I mean, that's been the thing since day, like right when season 2 came out. That's kind of been the goal. Essentially, Nasu's saying video game has an ending, and because it has an ending, that's why it makes it beautiful. He's not trying to make a never-ending game, right? So, I believe season 2 will end, and I think season 2 should end. And if he wants to make a season 3, that's really up to them. But we know for certain that season 2 will end with this final chapter this year. It's not too shabby. He never said there's not going to be a 3rd season. He's just saying that any video game has an ending. And he's trying to finish FGO. At least Lost Belt. So we got about 5 months to get ourselves ready for this final party, aka the season 2 fun experience. Right? So hopefully you guys enjoy yourself. I don't think they're gonna be talking about season 3 anytime soon. If they do, poggers, right? Poggers my nodders. But I think they want to concentrate on finishing season 2, and then probably we'll get another 1.5, so we'll get an actual 2.5, not an ordeal call, but actual 2.5, like Epic of Renman Part 2. And then we might get season 3. We don't know. We'll find out in about 5 months. What do you guys think? Okay? Do you think FGO is ending? I don't think so. But at the same time, I think FGO Season 2 is ending. And I'm excited for that. So hopefully you guys enjoy the story. Hopefully you guys enjoy the translation. Because god damn, that took way too longer than I thought, baby. And I will see you all tomorrow for more interviews. Probably it's going to be a lot shorter. Just due to the sheer fact that I think a lot of people wanted the video recording of the Nasu long-ass interview. But the other interviews, I'll probably get like a segment. I'll kind of skim read it, and then something important, I'll probably record it and then post it on YouTube. So make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Follow me on FGO for more, okay? 11 a.m. MST, all day, every day. See you next time. Peace. Oh my god. If season 3 then different protagonists? Who knows, dude? All I know is that I know a lot of people are gonna be upset about the way Nasu and Takeuchi worded this. That's it. Is FGO ending? I mean, yes. But at the same time, I don't think FGO is ending. I think FGO's story is ending. But I don't think FGO, the mobile game, is going to be ending anytime soon. And besides, right, even if the FGO story ends,
the event is going to still come, right? There's still going to be events. And simultaneously, with FGO over, they can like dip into some next level shit, right? Because remember, FGO utilizes the concept of what ifs, okay? Even if we fix FGO, FGO is like a terminal for every Nasuverse collab plus Nasu idea plus writer's idea, right? By finishing the story, the clutches of restrictions will be released. You get what I mean? So it means that we're gonna get Summer Drake. Not Draco, don't get it twisted, bitch. Okay? I'm talking about Summer Drake, Summer Baba, the writer, the 5-star, the big titty, the Pirate King. Not really the Pirate King, but you get what I mean. It just means that a lot of the servants will be free to do whatever the fuck they want because the story will be related to the writers, and Nasu will most likely just solidify some things to maybe drop a hint or two of new lore, and bada bing bada boom. Like legit, we really just don't need to continue FGO main story because we can dip into like the records of Fate Stay Night or the records of the Second Grail War. Like we can literally fucking fly, transport everywhere we want, anywhere we want. Like we can have this such an open world story gimmick that's not constricted by a some asshole who sacrificed his own flesh and body and made Carades eternal so he can complete his stupid fucking grand order / reaching the root. I'm ready for part 2 to end. Personally, story-wise, it's gone longer than originally planned. Yes and no. As you read, right? As you read, Ordeal Call was technically kind of like a quick pit stop. So everybody and their mob can collect resources and get ready for the grand battle, right? To kind of get all your grand servants materials ready. Simultaneously, it kind of just TLDR'd, like a lot of the extra classes and what they are and what they could do and what's their purpose. And at the same time, it allowed a lot of the OG writers to kind of fuck around with whatever they wanted, and Nasu kind of went with it, right? Like Nasu literally like ad-libbed the entire Ordeal Call by taking everybody's suggestions and made it into a tie-in story. Which, by the way, if you guys listen to that, that's fucking impressive. Right? Like, imagine, like, you guys listening? All 3 Ordeal Calls was an idea that was given to Nasu, and Nasu said, I bet. What about foreign invasion? I mean, with the texture broken like that, I mean, like, if there is a foreign opportunity, right? Like, the foreign could definitely utilize the unused space into, hey, who knows? Maybe we can use that blank state as a canvas or, dream wonderland. I don't know. There's options if Nasu wants to go part 3. You just don't wipe shit from existence and aliens and be like, oh, sorry. No, it's, Well, you're getting it twisted, right? Because by you seeing that texture, you should already confirm yourself that the magic is geocentric and not heliocentric. Right? If you don't know what I'm talking about geocentric. The concept of geocentric, right? Because if you read the concept of geocentric, it is a suspended astronomical model described in the universe with Earth at the center. Replace Earth and put Carodeus, right? It's also known as the geocentric model, often exemplified as the Plutonic system. Undergo the most model, blah blah blah. The sun, the moon, the star, the planet, all orbits Earth. Model was created and described a European ancient civilization. Blah 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 blah. Two observations supported the idea that the Earth was the center of the universe. First, where anywhere Earth, the sun appears, revolving around Earth once a day, while the moon and the planets have their own motions. They also revolve around Earth once per day. Star appears to be fixed on a celestial sphere. Stars should be fixed on a celestial sphere, rotating once each day about an axis throughout geogravity. Second, Earth seems to be unmoving from the perspective of an Earthbound observer. It feels solid, it feels stable, it feels stationary. And it's a little bit of mix of geocentric plus it's a geocentric plus hollow Earth theory. Instead of hollow Earth, the space is inside that hollow. I can't remember what the fuck the word that is. There's a certain terminology that I cannot remember for the life of me. But I know a video that can. So give me 1 second. And then yeah, Laplace, all that fucking jazz gonna be exciting. アニメスピの教師の逆光逆君、アニメスピの教師を考えてみると、地球を宇宙に定義に置き換えた。過去の光が人類であって、宇宙が人類を守っているものだ。そして今の理想になると、人類宇宙昔の理論は人類宇宙中心。それが今の理論では人類宇宙中心であっている。So, what's the word? With the new theory, okay? So like the center of the Earth got hollowed out. And in that hollow out, like, yeah, I might have to do some stupid ass drawing. You ready for this? So, here, where's a good base? All right, so you seeing this? So you got your circle here. Currently, okay, here's humanity. Okay, here's humanity, and here's space. And then here's us. Right, we're outside the we're outside the existence. Okay? Because in the original, right, like normal concept, it's it's center Earth, then space, and then outside domain. Right? Blah, blah, blah. This is all foreign shit. What it is that humanity is inside the fucking hollowed out planet. I'm not talking about the bleached Earth, okay? It's not the bleached Earth I'm talking about. I'm talking about Carodeus. Inside of Carodeus, there's humanity in there. And then surrounding that humanity, that's space. And then outside of humanity, that's the surface area.
That's the inside of the fucking whatchamacallit? Bullshit. Like everything went backwards. So like we got geocentrism, right? And geocentrism in Japanese is tendo, right? Tendo setsu. I need tenkyu setsu. Where the fuck is tenkyu setsu? Here, I'll fucking write it myself. And I need to write that shit in Japanese. Tenkyu gi. You. Oh hell no! How do I fix that in Japanese, bro? Tenkyu gi robugi anime. Thank you. Oh bitch. Oh bitch. There's a kanji that I'm not spelling, obviously. As Wikipedia used. Thank you. Fucking copy pasta this bitch. Thank you. This while. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Not that one. Thank you, Gib. 見つかりませんでした。できた、ありがとう。Well, I can't fucking find it, which is kind of bullshit. 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 Because we got ourselves the quote unquote geocentrism, right? That's Tendo Setsu. We need to get Tenkyugi. Where the fuck is Tenkyugi? Oh, I found it. There we go. Wikipedia? Add that shit to the list, will ya? Stupid bitch. Tengyugi, aka. Oh my god. Really? You're not gonna give me Tengyugi? Like, this is a celestial globe phenomenon. What the fuck is wrong with you? English. There we go. So, remember, FGO has made everything to celestial globe. Remember, we changed from quote unquote. We're no longer in the solar system, right? There's no longer a solar system. There's no longer a Helix bullshit. We're not living in a what's the word? What is the globe? It's instead of an Earth globe, we became a celestial globe. And within the celestial globe, inside the celestial globe, it's humanity. Okay? Everything flip-floppity. And I gotta fucking put this into editing machine, and then I gotta put that shit out. Okay? So there we go. There's also the fact that the plot of Abby's still hanging in the air. Yeah, plot of Abby will be quote unquote taken. Plot of Abby is gonna get revealed low key in end of ordeal call for sure. I mean, not end of ordeal call, at the end of the final chapter, because it's either Abigail is going to restore, or Abigail is gonna cause chaos. I think that is the determining factor. That how season 3 is gonna go is really up to quote unquote Abby. Like, it really is. Like, the journey that Abby's going to have, or the feelings that Abby has, her final decisions will definitely concrete whether we're going to be going into like the parallel world, or Dream Wonderland, or we're going to restore the quote unquote space, right? AKA the Big Bang, length of the Big Bang of the time. Pretty good. Abby Plot will unlock foreigner class score. That is false, my good friend. We already unlocked foreigner class score, I believe, in Olga Murray Aqua. I believe Olga Murray Aqua, if not, have we not? No, we unlocked foreigner score. Where the fuck did we unlock foreigner score? I can't remember. We unlocked it somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's Aqua, but yeah, it should be Aqua. Yeah, Aqua Murray gave us a foreigner. There is gonna be a foreigner story. Olga 3 does? Is Olga 3? Is it Earth Olga? Oh, never mind. Earth Olga gives us a foreigner class. Excuse me. Yeah, Olga 2's Pretender. Right. True. Sorry. I got mine mixed up. Water Pretender, Earth Foreigner. But we will have a foreigner story. That's just facts. By the way, Stella unlocked Beast. Yep. So every class score should be unlocked, guys. Every class score should be unlocked. But that doesn't mean that we're not gonna get a quote unquote foreigner story. And I genuinely think foreigner is one of the few things that's going to solve this celestial globe problem slash geocentric problem that we're currently having in FGO. Because it's it's a celestial. We are currently living in a geocentric celestial globe with a concept of old magic able to pertain into the new world. Right? So everything went backwards, right? Because every celestial shit is Earth globe, heliocentric, and essentially modern heavenly celestial centric. Everything went backwards. It's some could say the negative, right? It's the negative origin. I think that would be the best term to call it. Negative origin. Because instead of projecting Earth, Carudea now projects the celestial globe. So essentially, Carudea is humanity, okay? Inside of Carudea, it's humanity. Because technically, humanity's textures got fucking overlapped, stitched with a Rongominiad. Also, they kind of sort of teased the minor and Santa's Abbey again. Hopefully they do something with it. Yeah, Bastate, I don't know what they're going to do with it. They can go for the Egyptian route, or they can go for the foreigner route. They can go for the classic, it's first Egyptian, but JK, it's foreigner. They can definitely go for that route. And either way, I'm very excited. Like I said, there are a couple more stories that has not been told currently that we will know soon enough. Even I do see Fujimoto as a future problem since what happened to Ordeal Call 2. Well, technically, Ordeal Call 2 is not our problem anymore. We fixed our problem, Spooky. But I don't have the stamina or energy to talk to you all about why celestial and geocentrism is important. I'm tired. So I'm going to bed. More reading tomorrow, Chatterino Cappuccino. I hope you guys enjoy the story. Make sure you guys follow that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. You know how it is. Follow me on everywhere, everything and anywhere. Follow me on Twitter, YouTube, and Discord. You follow Twitter, YouTube, Discord. Listen, I've been streaming for 6 hours straight and translating it 6 hours straight. I also gotta fucking upload these 9-segment fragmented videos. It's very tiring. And I got work tomorrow, so I'm fucking cooked today. So more reading tomorrow, more recording tomorrow. Take care, you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Peace.